So hi, welcome all of you finally on the Polish Call of Duty 2 Championship online. Finally we are able to join. The games with the stream. We had a bit of a technical issue, but it seems like we are ready to join. So right at the beginning, we have 10 teams. All Polish teams competing this weekend, divided into 2 groups of 5. 4 teams from each group will advance into the double elimination bracket, which will play tomorrow. And we'll start with the games Sfora versus Mad Kings, and Sfora for now.
Axis eliminated. Allies win.
Seems like it's 8-0, something like that. Fantastic score from Sfera. Seems like they are able to really dominate this game. We start with Burgundy. I expect a lot of this map, as Polish LAN is mostly as Polish teams playing, and from my experience with Call of Duty 2 LAN, as soon as you see Polish teams, you can expect Burgundy being one of the most picked maps here. Baestack pushing through the smoke. Map as well. I love finding Buku here. Sfora once again cleaning sides of elimination, but right now Mav Kings finding any sort of response to try and keep up with Sfora, fighting to still show up on the scoreboard. Oh, a beautiful angle here.
Explosives
Easy
planted!
shot for the sniper. Explosive for Planet.
Axis eliminated.
And Pekaku
Allies
with
win.
the last 2 mother rounds. And get another point here for Sfora. So 9-0. Seems like this game might be very one-sided. Timer took by Mad Kings, but it's absolutely not surprising, as the score is really in favor for them. So maybe a timeout will change that. Maybe a timeout will help to come back to this game a bit, to maybe even fight for more points, as it might be crucial in final standings if you this high or that high. So we'll see about that, but for now the one thing that I can surely say is that Sfora is looking fantastic. Sfora is playing a very good game, fighting for Baestack, who's the leading with the
Allies eliminated.
Pekaku,
Axis
also
win.
7 Craven. So seems like they came here to really compete for the victory, to try and dominate the LAN from the very beginning. And seems like we are ready to go. So let's see Sfora once again. Going for the fastest boost. Nate already on the side. Pekaku with the Cobra and Craver finding the first elimination. Big already down. 5 versus 4. Sfora once again starting with a great kill, but Buku right now the response. Unfortunately for Mav Kings, Pekaku is able to eliminate Logi completely open the side, and seems like Sfora will just flute the side, plant the explosives, and we'll try to go for yet another point. 9-1. Three versus 4, but good positions here from Sfora players. Baestack already in position to cover, finds Mavo. Lav also with elimination. And right now it's only one Buku fighting for the round, with not much chance
Allies
to
win.
get over whole Sfora team here. 10-1. And this time seems like timeouts will go from Sfora side. But it doesn't really matter for them, as they are really in the great setup for the easy victory here. Seems like it's more of a technical, as we don't see one of the Mav Kings players. Hope that we can fix everything quickly so we can continue with the match. Also, in the next match, I'll try to provide you with the tables and with the scores of the matches that already have happened. Because if I'm not mistaken, we've started at 10 a.m. As I said, we had a bit more issues to start the stream, but everything should be good for now. You can give some more feedback at the chat if anything's to better or to up to do better or to upgrade. Okay, seems like we will need some time to get back last of Math King player here. But as I'm looking at the statistics, it's not even like Math Kings didn't put any kind of fight. We do see that they were able to eliminate Sphere players through few times. It's not like they have really bad statistics here. It's 8-10, 7-10. It seems kind of decent, but the problem is, as we saw in the last few rounds, that no matter how many eliminations Math King finds, mostly Sphere is the one starting those trades and also dominating the close fights in the battlefields, the bomb sites. All of the Math Kings frags that we see on stream, that we see in those rounds, are mostly from the flanks, mostly from side fights near the middle or near the ally spawn. But the main problem is that Spora just coordinates a quick strike to the bomb sites, is able to easily plant the explosives, and then from much better positions they are able just to trade enough to win the rounds. And seems like this kind of scheme works really well. And we also know that ally side is a bit better on Burgundy, but it doesn't matter that this half is completely dominated by one team, and Math Kings would need to put up a really good performance on the ally side to be able to come back from the score. Would have had also if they were able to find the second point as the axis here in the last rounds of this half. Because for now it seems like the job isn't tough as far to finish this game. Even if they were to lose the last round of the first half, it would require them only to win 3 points as the axis, and it's not impossible. You get a great setup with nades, you find even a single kill or even a double maybe with the nade. You'll find a great snipe kill. You are able to push through the smoke with a shotgun. There are many ways for Axis to try and surprise allies here, and of course allies still would hold the initiative, but it's not like they are completely invincible to all those kind of plays. More disconnections. I really hope that we can fix this. We see that Bex is coming back to the server, so this is good news, but we do see that we are still lacking one of the Axis players here, so we can continue with the match. I'll go and also open the Twitch chat, since I only had YouTube stream to see if everything's going right. Okay, seems like we are going to recast the server. We have in mind that it was 10-1. Okay, okay, seems like we will be setting up score. It's back. Okay, I'll go on the short break, and I'll come back when I see what's exactly going on in this match, because right now the score was backed to the rounds 8, and I'm not fully sure what we are up to. So a quick break, and we'll go back with the Burgundy as soon as we are able to start again. Okay, seems like we are ready to go back to this game. We are bucking the score to 7-0 to Spora. Seems like all of the issues have been fixed, so we can finally continue with our game. And Math Kings starting this round pretty well, even though they're trading counter elimination. We see 2 tracks coming from the side of the Axis. Now Love finding counter elimination. Love for the second strike, and bomb site B is already taken by the Sphora players. Seems like they should be able to plant these explosives, and Buku found by Love. What a fantastic round from Sphora player. 3 eliminations already, and also right now a huge boost, and Love going for the quadra. 4 kills for the Sphora player, and easily clutching this round. And it really seemed like Math Kings should have at least a decent spot here. Of course, Krivora was able to find the first elimination, but almost immediately Math Kings were able to respond twice as hard, but it still wasn't enough to stop Love from winning this round. And right now we are going really hard on those eliminations. Big Buku, Love, Archidox.
Allies
It's only
eliminated.
3 versus 1, and it's going to be the first
Axis
point
win.
for the Axis. So we don't really think much from the score that we've seen on the screen before the chrono break. 8-1 for Sphora. A really quick round, a lot of bashes there, so they really went all in on those brawls, on those short distance fights. 6. With the scope. Hope to find something, but right now Mava starting with a beautiful nade. Attack already eliminated. Matthews playing for the retake here. Baestack responding with a nade of his own, and huge push coming from Lab. Lab looking for eliminations map, eliminated by Archidox. Lab still fighting around the middle. Smurf is making great cover here, and Archidox on the great individual mission. 2 eliminations from him already, and also Lab finding Buku. So it's only 4 versus 1 right now. Math Kings once more this entry frag. Not really much of a use
eliminated.
for the Axis
Allies
here,
win.
as Baestack right now going for the final push, finding the last standing Math Kings player. 9-1, and another timeout. It seems this way. This time I hope it's at least a tactical, not a technical one. Okay, I do see players talking about FPS drops, or okay, as far as asking if okay, it's tactical. When I see those messages on the chats about FPS drops or something like this, I really hope that it's just they're joking, and the one message while making tactical plans for the next rounds is the one that we are actually pausing the match for. But in a short amount of time, Love showed a very good Call of Duty. 6 eliminations to only 1 death here. And this one round with 4 frags. A complete masterpiece by for a player. Even though that we do have pauses here, I still feel by the rounds that we've already seen on stream, it doesn't matter if those were revoked or not. Seems like Sphora should be favored here to grab the victory, to grab points in the group stage. Of course, there's still plenty of room for Math Kings to also fight for the victory, as we do know that out of 5 teams in each group, 4 will advance to the final brackets. So only 1 team from each group will be eliminated in the first stage of the tournament. Okay, it's a bit concerning that once more we do see this pause going over the timer. Okay, fortunately seems like this really was just a tactical one, and we should be able to come back to Burgundy to the round number 11. 9-4, 1 to Math Kings. Sphora just finishing the ally side, trying to make the best out of it. Classic Smilk on the middle. Through the tank and Slav this time found by this nade. Also quick push from Mother. Getting back to Pikachu. Is able to find the refract and Baestack very aggressively towards the B side. Craven hoping to find something more with the scope, but finding himself on the Logi's rifle. Also Pekaku heal put down by another Mephic player, so it's right now only Baestack in a 1v4. Baestack low 1 HP, Baestack still trying to fight, but this time it's just too much for him to handle. Really aggressive style from the Axis this round, but it worked out pretty well as they were able to find two quick eliminations before Sfora was able to gather any kind of information about the rivals' positions. So second points being put up there for the Axis, as Meth Kings are still in the game, still trying to fight as much as they possibly can. As I said, the more points you get on the Axis side, the better. The 4-3 still is a bit low. But we still have to fight for the first point, as right now Sfora is going all out on the camp of the captain and finds those quick eliminations. Loki finds it around the smoke, low on HP. Loki trying to recover his half points, but right now the bomb is planet. Planet sticking against yet another Meth Kings player down. Finally, we do see some response as both Logi and Fury are able to find those kills, but Craven still covering everything up with the scope, leaving only Logi right now as he's spotted around the tank. Two players trying to catch him in the crossfire. Logi lots of trouble, and Craven bringing out the pistol so he can get the final kill of this half. 10-2 as Meth Kings will have a really hard time coming back from the score, and Sfora just have to win 3 points as the Axis here. But we'll see, maybe Meth Kings will feel the ally side much better. As I said, it should be in favor of the Genji. But I'm really curious about what Sfora might have prepared for the Axis side here. Bix already spotted one of the Axis players coming towards the B side. Lava also on the middle between sides. Sfora will try to fight really aggressively for the mid part of the map, and as Archidel finds out, also a great nade coming from Lav. Mavo getting out Baestack, but Pikachu still lurking for something more. Also around the A-long. There's Craven baiting, and Pikachu with help getting yet another kill for Axis here, leaving them in a very good spot. 4v2. 2 players lead here as Bix from the greenhouse still trying to find something with the scope, but not a single shadow in the sights of Meth King Sniper. Absolutely nothing he can do about this, as Sfora, after finding those 3L kills, is just going to hide and laugh, finding a beautiful timing here to catch enemy scope and leave only Mavo in the 1v4. Craven really close to all of this, behind this tank. Who can spot who in this fight?
Allies
Mavo
eliminated.
having some trouble, and Craven is not really needed here as Pikachu is able to easily spot Mavo to finish the first round of second half to make it 11-2 Sfora. Getting closer and closer to the victory. And I'm really wondering what Meth can even do here, as once more they are the first to lose the man. Mavo eliminating, and Archidel already pushing through. Archidel a quick clean shot from the garage, from the castle. Archidel once more. Archidel for the third, and only Logi getting anything done for the Meth Kings. Logi for the third. Logi still trying to put up the fight. Logi once more.
Axis.
But not letting this opportunity slip away from Sfora to find match points here. 12-2 and 10 chances for them to finish this match on Burgundy and to get the victory over Meth Kings. from Sfera was really punished by
Axis
Mavkings.
eliminated.
Elimination
Allies
by
win.
elimination. Mavkings finally being able to punish this hard pushing coming from Smora. 12-3, so this is not the point where Smora will finish it. This is not the end of the fight yet, as Mavkings starts still fighting, but this is just a 10% of this comeback. There he goes here, Access on HP. Baestack, and Marvel, but Big already pushing for a laugh. Akido's flat position here. Logging with an easy kill, Baestack. Gets behind the enemy lines. Pekaku putting up a fight, getting only one kill, but an easy refrag coming from Buku. Also Craven fighting one elimination, making it 2v2, but Craven alone at the side, still waiting for Baestack to come with help. Trying to cover up the B house. Craven. Help smoke, but great push by Mavkings. Leaving only Baestack with shotgun 1v2. Baestack. Rivals really close here, but Baestack. A clean elimination. 1v1 Baestack. Shotgun is not helping at this distance, but also being able to find a spot to plant Buku. Seems like he should be able to get bomb on the ground, since Baestack right now with timer ticking above his head. Buku still trying to play his position to the very best. Buku repositioning himself towards the middle. Buku! This miss might cost a lot, as right now Baestack finally gains some space. Baestack trying to defuse the bomb. Seems like he will not bait here. He's just going for the straight up defuse, and Buku hoping that this is just a bait, and this will be the victory for Smora. 13-3. A convincing victory coming here from the Sfera players, as they were pretty much able to dominate this match. So Sfera gathering. Okay, so we will go to the short break and we'll go back with the next match. And we are back with the second map of the first round match between Zmora and Mepkings, as we are playing best of 2 in the group stage. I tried to adjust okay, the game noise should be much better right now, and we are starting in the Matmata Zmora here as the Axis, Mepkings as the allies, and already a lot of eliminations here. It's 3 versus 3, but Mepkings finding yet another kill. Archidox already being put down. 3 versus 10. Mepkings trying to go for the side. Already on the A plants. Seems like this might be a pretty easy plant here, as once another. We do see in frag coming in, Pekaku in the 1v2 clutch, but what a round from the Mepking player. 4 eliminations to start map number 2, and of course Mepkings are only fighting here for the draw, but it doesn't really matter what happens on Burgundy. You still will be fighting for this 1 point, as it still makes a better job for you than getting absolutely nothing, also denying the 2 other points from Sphora players. Another aggressive start, but this time Buku found by Bentek. Bentek with a quick start. Mavo trying to go for the refrag, but once more Bentek as a shotgun player being able to hold his position. Pekaku eliminating last round's hero. Finally someone getting Bentek down, but Akidox momentarily going for the refrag, and Craven also finds Logi. A quick round coming in from Sphora, but seems like both teams will play really aggressively here on Matmata. As I said, from Polish players, usually you can expect those more aggressive maps, less Donville, less stuff like that, more Burgundy and Matmata. I think these 2 might be the 2 most picked maps from on the LAN. Bix with this kill, but for now only Craven being the one able to find eliminations. Craven going for the double. Pekaku continuing this fantastic round, and Craven striking once more. Seems like even though that Mepkings were able to put a really good performance in the first round of this map, Sphora is trying to get over the control as they are winning round by round here, making the score 2-1, and winning yet another point in a very dominating style. Mepkings, they haven't done much beside that 4 eliminations from 3 coming in the first rounds. Buku and Marvel. Once again, Mepkings trying to go for the really fast push. Bix, 1 elimination, but now Akidox going for the double. A great push with Pekaku. Akidox going for the free. And this defense ready for all sorts of aggression coming from the other side, as Low will be able to finish another round 3-1. Seems like it doesn't matter if it starts better or worse for the Sphora players. Once again, they are the ones being able to come out on the top. It's not an easy job for Mepkings here, as it doesn't really take long for them to lose the first players. Leslav eliminates Marvel, but right now, what a beautiful counter push coming from Mepkings with 3 eliminations in a really short time to completely clean the B side of the map. But Pekaku still there fighting alone. He will not be able to clutch this one out.
Axis eliminated. Allies win.
3-2. So maybe I was a bit too quick to judge Mepkings here, as exactly after I said that Sphora is winning in a very convincing style, they are able to find themselves with a winning point. And once more, a quick fight emerges, but once more, Mepkings are able to get out with an advantage, but not for long, as Akidox strikes with 2 eliminations. Doggy Bentek. This Matmata is a straight up bloodbath coming from both sides. A huge fight right now against Chewy Craven, still looking for that kill, but right now Marvel trying to sneak in the explosives on B side. Seems like this will succeed. Craven, tough fight here, but Baestack coming from behind. Marvel, great reflex here and a great instinct to find the Axis players trying to sneak into the sides. Right now, leaving only Craven here in the 1v2. Not much time for the defuse. So it seems like Meth Kings this time will not let Sphora go further with the advantage. They are able to tie almost immediately after losing those few rounds. Craven low on HP. Craven still trying to go for the explosive, but being in 1v2, it seems like it just might be a bit too much here. Craven, he's able to find one. Craven. An easy job here for the ally players. He just needs to buy time. Not much Craven could do here, so it is 3-3. Another great point, and especially the opening coming from the ally side. But given the aggression that both teams represent here on Matmata, it is kind of expected that the team that is able to win this first brawl will be probably the one on top, as we do see once more a huge 10-man fight. Right now only Nate's shining in, but Logi and Akidox both finding eliminations. It seems like no matter what Sphora does in those last points, there's always at least one ally player to respond. And the fact that in those trades, not only Meth Kings are able to start fragging, but also they are able to get multi-kills. Even if it's just 2 eliminations coming from one player, it's still enough, and such an environment to win rounds in Meth Kings, gaining the lead on Matmata once more. And I do think that this is a record for the longest death of the first player, Logi, being able to finally open the score of kills in round 8, but Craven with a double. Akidox looking for something more. Craven being the one to clean them completely the middle part of the map. Baestack pushes Bix, who was completely left alone, and now it's only Buku in the 1v4, finds Pekaku. But this time, it would be really tough for him to bring another victory for Meth Kings. 4-4. A really even-sided Matmata here, as neither of the team is letting their enemy jump up with the number of points. And with this pattern of this team winning here, that team winning there, seems like we might be going towards the second half of this Matmata with a very even score. But what a round coming here from Sphora! This time focusing a bit more on the A-Long, and this is a clean victory. Not a single kill coming from the Meth King side. 5-4. A lot of harm, especially done with the nades by the Axis here. But also a quick reaction from Love, not even letting Logi take one single shot there. This was all a part of a huge victory here coming from the Axis side. 5-4. Of course, Meth Kings in a bit tougher spot as Sphora. In the worst case scenario, they will get a tie from this best of 2. But they are seeking here for the victory, as Akidox already strikes twice. Let's see once more how Akidox was able to clean this out, but this advantage doesn't hold for long, as the allies were finally able to find a response. into his position here, very important. The duel with Pekaku, this will probably dictate the terms of the finish of this round. Pekaku looking for the clean shots, but it's still a valuable information coming here for the Axis. As now Baestack and Craven know that they might focus on the A side, as this is probably just a flank coming here from the ally player. Craven already in the fight, but Logi. Great shots by the ally player Baestack with a response. Baestack showing himself as a very good shotgun player, and also Pekaku winning finally this B duel. As I said, this might be the one to dictate the terms, as now it will leave 2v1, but 2v1 for Axis players, and they are able to track down last ally to once again to get 6-4. Biggs, Buku trying to make a hero play here, but only finding one elimination. Left with the refrag. Logi and Baestack both with kills. Sfora just trying to respond to all of this aggression. Baestack, he's able to find two, but finally also being put down himself. 1v1, a very important one. As Sfora had a chance to once again drive up the score, and they will live up to it, as it's 7-4 for the Axis here. Last round of the first half of Matmata, a lot of nades coming in, both nades and smokes. And Baestack, he was spotted here, but still trying to find his jump shot. Baestack finally finds Logi, but Buku was able to find him, both him and Akidox. Laugh finds Buku, but Biggs all ready for the refrag. Buku, the important part was that he was the one able to start this fight. Pekaku with elimination. Craven, those scans won't find anything, as now Craven is 1v2. Bomb is already being planted here. And Craven found by Marvel, 7-5. So Mavkings at least will have the last word of the first half. Important point, because if Sfora was the one to take a victory here, 8-4, this score seems very dangerous for Mavkings. As a reminder, we're the ones to lose the first map of this best of two. But 5-7, this is definitely something that you can work with, even on the Axis side. So let's see what both teams have prepared for the second half, as Sfora will now take up the ally side, and let's see if they are as aggressive as the rivals, and if Mavkings can have this many responses on the Axis side as they've had on the allies. Nakidogs already pushing through the alleys. Close to the side, and Craven double kill from the nades. But Biggs shutting down this attack from Amit. But the problem is that coming from the allies, 3 players were able to completely overwhelm A-side here. Zakidox had a clean shot on Biggs, making this 3 versus 2, and right now only the B stuff remains for the Mavkings, as they are now required to push through the map and try to look for the defuse. 40 seconds on the bomb. And still 3 ally players to eliminate Logi. Trying to start the scratch by any means, but as time is running down, it doesn't really look like much of a play here for Sfora players. For Mavking players, sorry, with Sfora will be able to easily defend the bomb and get points number 8. 5 points to victory. Mavkings right now in a tougher and tougher spot. And Sfora this time on the other side of the map, but it's A very strong push coming in and not enough force on Meth King's side to being able to push this back. 3 eliminations coming from now. Also Baestack right now with a kill. Buku as the only one alone standing. Buku finds one, finds second, but is struggling to find anything more. And Sfora with a drastic push. Going for the points number 9. It was a pretty nice ride from Buku, but he was just too long of a travel for him to get to the victory. Get to the point. 9-5. And we haven't seen much action coming from either side, on the B side of the first half, and Sfora trying to change this up. And once more trying to change the plan, going for the mid push. Akidox trying to already get on the building, and great nade from Baestack. It's Mavo. Knows that someone has to get those kills. Akidox, beautiful timing here. Logi completely defenseless. Craven, Buku. This is straight up war. You can't even blink for a second without missing a kill. But right now, there's only 2 of them remaining. Both should be kind of aware of each other's position, as Akidox has the high grounds. Can he find Chui here? In this 1v1, of course. His other out is to just get to the side and plant the bomb, but still the Axis player here is in a pretty flexible position to be able to rotate into any side if there is need. Of course, keeping himself much closer to the A side, and Akidox peeking from behind the wall, and Chui having one chance to get this kill. Not letting this chance pass away, so 6-9. But the problem is that Meth Kings, they are fighting here to come back. They are still the ones behind. Much more work needed from them to try and take a grasp of the victory. Biggs. Oh, a team kill, nades. Really unfortunate in this spot. Especially that all of the others Meth Kings players were completely disintegrated by Sfora's push on the B side. And it's only Mavo right now standing here. Not for much longer as Pekaku is close and he's able to win the duel. 10-6, 3 points only between Sfora and winning the first match in the group phase. I'm trying to see if we maybe have scores from the other matches. But right now I do not see any results put in the table. But the one result that we will probably know really soon future is the one that we are seeing on the stream, because everything is seemingly going towards Sfora's victory. Because right now, I don't think there's a possibility of them not getting 11th point here. Big still putting up a great fight here. But being put in the crossfire with not much time on the clock for the whole play. It had chance exactly this way. 11-6. Only 2 more needed from Sfora to start the tournament with a win. And I'm really wondering how much ties we had in the first rounds. As I said, we are playing best of 2s, 3 points for the victory, 1 point from the tie. Akidox already being close. Sfora trying to flood in the A side from both sides, but Mavo had some space in the smoke, but the problem is that Meth Kings are not really doing much with those entry kills, and it just all changed so quickly. For a short, brief moment, it was an advantage coming from Sfora, but quick 2 eliminations and everything is back on the Meth King side. But also Pekaku being so close here. Akidox trying to get a plant, and Pekaku finding Logi. Biggs with a beautiful scan here to deny the plant, but Pekaku still in the fight. Has to know where Biggs was, as he knows that This elimination came from the other side, and Biggs
Allies win.
baited by the fake plants. And Pekaku with a clean shot to make this 12-6. And to bring Sfora already to the score. Well, they need only one more point for the victory. And this map was much better from Mavkings than Burgundy, sorry. Where we've seen them being pretty much dominated for the whole match. And the problem is that the A game was not enough here. It was just too short of a moment that they were locked in to get anything more. Of course, they can still come back from this, but Pekaku finding the entry frag is not really a good sign for them. Mother trying to turn the tables as he finds not only Craven but also Bentek Logi right now walking beautiful with the scope. Love. We know that he's capable of the hero plays. Pekaku, he also showed how great of a potential he has for these clutches. It's now on 2v3. It's not this bad yet for the Allies players, but of course Axis should bring the victory here, especially after they are able to find Pekaku, leaving only Lav in the 1v3, but Lav is able to find Zdogi. Great bait. Giving Biggs a clean occasion to find a shot. 12-7. So, kind of the same. Like in Burgundy, the first map points will be not enough for them to bring the victory, but in Burgundy they needed only 2 to seal the deal. Let's see if the history will repeat itself, but right now this is Nate's demolishing glove, but Archidox with a double kill on the push. Bentek also with a frag. Right now leaving only 2 defenders there. Marvel trying to find the fight, and Pekaku will die in the jump. Also Bentek eliminated. It's 2v2. Important 2 eliminations just before the planned Archidox and Craven. Trying to get a 5. Craven eliminated, but not without a fight, so he is able to find 1. And right now Mavox or Archidox, who will be able to bring the victory. Mavo, he has to win this clutch if Mavkings still want to fight this match. 30 seconds. He's taking the longer route, but Archidox, I think he's reading the play, as right now they are just circling around the sides. And Mavo, really not much time here. Archidox, he should be able to see him in a moment. Archidox still waiting. He's Mavor going to defuse the explosives. Archidox, he finally had to pick, and this will be the victory of Sfora. 13-3 and 13-7. 2-0, winning the first match of the group phase. Trying to get the best possible result, to get the best possible seed out of the groups. But for now, I will invite you all for a short break. We'll come back to the match of the second round, probably from the other group. So see you all in a short moments. Okay, so we are coming back. This is the first map of the second round match in Group A, Armia versus VCOD. We are on breakout and VCOD's winning 12-10, still fighting for this victory. Armia fighting back, as we do see they've already defended against one match points, and lucky! Another kill, 12-11. Seems like VCOD might bottle this one. Only one more chance for them to get a victory. Not an easy task for them. To try and get a win in the spot, especially that now Lazy starts with an elimination. It seems like it all might go south. It all might go to the overtime. Klofuti and Kaza, 1-for-1. But it's definitely not an easy job here. Jetex, a huge elimination here to still hope for the fight. 3 versus 2 coming from Armia's side. How much they can possibly do here. Olmonchak, fantastic nade, and now it's only crazy, and seems like Armia will tie this one. 12-12. We are going to the overtime to fight for the first map. A crazy comeback here from Armia, and VCOD, they had a really good chance to win against Armia here, but not taking this opportunity. It might cost a lot, it really might cost a lot. I'm still looking for the results on the site. It seems like in a moment we should start with the overtime to see who's going to get a victory here. I'm not really sure why are we waiting with the next part of this map. Seems like VCOT are finally joining their side. So we can resume with this match. I'll come back here as soon as we are starting the overtime, but for now, a short commercial break. And they all are ready to go as we start overtime on the first map of this match, 12 to 12 on breakout. And let's see what we can do here. Can VCOT take this game back, or Armia will go for even more after being able to tie up the score? Armia here on the Axis side. They shall get a bit more. Okay, it seems like they are starting new match. Okay, I'm a bit confused here, as it shall be overtime. But it seems like it all reloaded. Okay, we'll figure it out in the meantime. But I'm starting this round with the quick to kills, already bringing Allies attack down by a lot. It's crazy. Final Weaver response. And even though that VCOT were able to find this one kill, was still not really much in this round. So the first point going to Army's side, as they will be the ones to start this overtime in a bit better fashion. Push all. VCOT already trying to scan him down, as they are forcing their way towards the A side. Push on and Lazy. A huge responsibility to hold the defense there, especially that Kaza is eliminated. Push also in trouble. Lucky. Pushed by the allies here. But Lucky is able to hold the position. Lazy also going for the fight. Monchak with a great nade. It's 3 versus 2. Hit-ons. And Crazy leaving only Lucky here in the 1v2. Once more a very intense round, but seems like VCOT finally found their way on the offense. A really tough spot, and probably pretty much unwinnable for Lucky here.
Axis eliminated. Allies win.
One to one, a really quick response from VCOD. But now it's might sting a bit that they weren't able to do this. While only 1 point was needed for the victory, Kaza with a response 4v4. Crazy lucky. Once again, it's those trades, but I'm not sure if the trades are helping the Axis here, especially that Klofutia is the one to win a very important fight with Lazy Kaza. A huge kill coming from the Axis side, but it's 1v1. Not this much time for Klofutia here. He's already spotted the last enemy. He might be able to go for the A site and plants. No nade for Kaza. And Klofutia, a very important fight, 2-1. Really great. Last round, and okay, right now I'm actually quite confused about the score. What exact? Okay, it's not overtime. It was 12-12, but seems like we are just continuing here. Okay, it's okay. My bad. It's not overtime. I was not told everything before. So we just finished breakout with 12-12. As I said here off stream, I have to warm up a bit since I rarely cast Call of Duty, and I also cast a lot less than I did in previous years. Lucky. Kaza. Decent start to respond to those last 2 points coming from VCOT. Pushlu with another kill. Seems like this one cannot go south for the army players. This is right now only Crazy and Jetex here.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
And seems like we got ourselves a really great match between those two. And also we have a very interesting situation as the first map finished in a draw. Whoever wins here on Trade Station will be the one to bring the victory. We also see how much those entries will influence the game, as by far I think whoever got the first kill was usually the one to win the game, but maybe VCOT will change this pattern as Ramik right now finds Pushol, and they still have cover to go for the A plant. Crazy puts Kaza down. It's 4 versus 3. Olmontiak is the only one standing here. Klofutia hoping to scan him. but not much inside, and the smoke slowly fades, leaving a bit more space for army players to react. Crazy with the scope. And Clafouts is still trying to bait enemies out of their position so Crazy can get a shot, but a really smart positioning here from army players. Jetex on the other side, and Crazy finally finds Lucky. Opening sides of it and letting Jetex plant on the other side of the map. A very interesting play, especially that now Clafoutia is trying to hold the defense there, but Lazy going for the quick push, eliminating both of the attackers in Comni. Jetex on the bump. Jetex in 1v2, Omonchak and Lucky on the other side of the match. Jetex hoping that time will play by his side here, and that rivals will not have enough time to react. Jetex still not found, but Armia closing their distance to the bump. Jetex deciding to finally peek out of his hiding spot and picking exactly towards a Lazy scope. 3-2 Armia winning this very tough round. This was a really nice attack here, coming from VCOD, but Armia with a better response, Lazy especially. The most important, the most impactful part of this round was Lazy being able to push out both of the VCOD players that were covering Jetex from the other side, leaving him vulnerable to this 2v1 post plants, and letting Armia get the victory here. If either one of those players could have gotten the refrag or escape, situation on the post plant would have been much harder, but right now Hiton's trying to already make stuff for Armia as Kaza is eliminated, push hole with a response, and the problem is that VCOD is still pretty far away from the side, so this elimination is not bringing this much as Armia is not really even driven out of their positions, and can still fight with a great cover, but does a cover bring you if Crazy is able to find a shot like that and eliminate Pushel, letting VCOD stuck towards the A side. Lazy is the only one standing there. Lazy Sromik finding also Lucky. A great side push here coming from VCOD and also Lazy. This time under too much pressure, and finding the last elimination, it was just a formality for VCOD. 3-3. Once more, we're keeping a very tight score here from both sides. But Clafoutia, once more, it's VCOD finding the initiative here. We do see that the ally side is actually pretty strong, as they are able to find those sentry kills regularly, but the problem is that Armia is still holding pretty well. 3 versus 3 on Monchak and Kaza. A great double push, only stopped by this Clafoutia nades. Crazy. His walk was also very good on this map. 10 eliminations already. Sromik finding Kaza completely unexpecting this attack. And with this elimination, we got really close to planting the explosives. Both Lucky and Lazy not in the greatest positions to fight. It still doesn't really give much trouble to Lucky with finding another kill. Sromik loses the duel, and right now it's a bit more difficult for them to plant the bomb. Seems like they are able to get it down, but Lucky already pretty close to the action, waiting only for Lazy to join him. The whole map splitting for the 2 important duels. Not Crazy winning the first one, putting Lazy down immediately, only leaving Lucky, and right now also letting Crazy rotate towards his other teammates. Lucky being able to stop the rotation, but still has to deal with Jetex. He's pretty close, and it seems like Jetex has a great position to finish the deal. Jetex with a lot of struggle. Jetex lucky, and Jetex taking out the pistol on the really close fight, but being able to hold the nerves down and also find the kill. 4-3. vCod once more on the lead, but let's see for how long they can keep it. And finally, Armia being the one to open the rounds. This time, Duo from A side was able to stop vCod in tracks, and Roaming gave a slight of hope for his team that he might be able to turn this around and bring some space. But Kaza, with a fantastic solo performance here, supported by both Montiak and Lazy, 4-4. And as I said, we've seen how long actually vCod was able to hold the lead, 4-4. This map will definitely not sense quickly. It would be pretty funny if both maps ended just 12-12, and it would be the most tight game that we could have seen. Lazy. It seems like Armia finally found a formula here. Even bringing Lazy on the other side of the map. Interesting reposition from Axis, completely changing the way of setting up the defense here. Lucky. Also putting his ward into this round. Jetex with an 8. But vCod seems pretty much dazzled by the change of plans in Armia's playstyle, as they are now completely not expecting those positions. Armia deciding to be unpredictable, and it's actually working pretty well. Five versus 2, and Armia completely dominating it in other rounds. Jetex still in the fight, but even if it's not a rifle, nade will be definitely enough to stop last of the Allies player. 5-4. This time Armia coming a bit on top, but we're still so far away from the final score here. So much can happen in those next few rounds. But for now, the most important part is how we will end the first half of the string station. Push all. vCod trying to go a bit faster towards the A side once more. But seems like Armia actually cracked the formula. 2 quick eliminations. Push all. Found by Stromik, but not much. Stromik can do more other than elimination. Push all. Both Lazy and Lucky in a great duo, and their cooperations is really tough to break from vCod here. 6-4. Once more, this is the duo to completely annihilate all the plans coming from the ally sides. Montiak. Even if they try to play it a bit slower, the scope is still working here. And on the push, crazy with a fantastic shot. But it doesn't change the situation on the A side. Klofutsia, this kill actually does. Pushot is now eliminated and Lazy is left alone with Garance. And shotgun, Klofutsia was able to extend this shot, not a clean one from Lazy. Seems like vCod can finally catch a break from those dominated rounds, as now it's only Lucky, but not for much longer. Klofutsia with a fantastic round of 4 eliminations. 5-6 vCod. For a moment, they were worried that Army actually might bring a more solid lead after the first half, but seems like it won't be the case, as the maximum would be +2 from Army here. But it's a very huge possibility that we'll just finish with a draw. Klofutia seems like he will not be stopping and lazy. Actually can find the killer hit-ons. On his way to avenge his teammate. 3-1, leaving Pushel as the sole defender here. But with the whole space that Vikot has, seems like it would be very tough to find this victory right now. Hittens was a bit quick to go for the plants, as Pushel's position was not public information yet. This gave an opportunity to at least put one of the enemies down, make this 1v2. Of course, Pushel's attention will be tracked to the one ally player here. Okay, actually Jetix eliminating Clever Crazy, making this 1v1, and not even planting the explosives yet. Pushel might actually clutch this one, as Vikot completely lost the plot there, as it was 3v1. You could have just stacked on side and go for the plant. You could have definitely used much more time to try and lure Pushel out of his position. But I have kind of a feeling that after the first plant disrupt, they kind of lost their whole plan and started a very scared improvising. And Pushel making his way out of the scratch. 1v3, won by Pushel to get another point for Army. 7-5. Doesn't change the fact that the first half was still really, really close. And we'll see. What can we do? What a start from Army here on the ally side. As I said, just do it lucky and lazy. If you give them enough space to make their magic, they actually can carry those rounds alone, but also they are not the only ones playing there, as Almontiak with beautiful scope. Crazy. Also being a fantastic player with the scope, but seems like he does not have much support here, as it's 1v2 after this frag. The time is ticking, 40 seconds on the clock.
Axis eliminated. Allies win.
Hitons on a solo mission has to dodge out all the nades to hold the B-side, as he's playing as the uncle here. Lazy, going for the push, but walking straight up into the trap of 3 Vikot players. Entry going for the Vikot Kaza with 1 kill, but Hitons killing Lucky immediately. Completely denying the flank coming from the ally player here. Jetex, another frag, and Vikot. They should be able to bring this points for the Axis side. 6-8. This is a score that we'll probably see, unless Kaza and Almontiak, though. Something absolutely incredible. As Kaza is trying to go towards the side, but checks the wrong angle, and Klofutia takes the advantage of it. Also spots the other one.
Axis win.
Not going to get a kill, but the info given to Shromik would be enough to Close the point 6-8. But Army still holding the leads. Sromik and Klafutia, great start. As we've seen, Axis have to hold their positions, and they really have to stop the allies in their early tracks to not let them take control of the whole map. And Armia, since they lost already 2 players, it will be tough for them to break through the defense. And now as Klafutia kills on Monchak. Seems like this might be done, but Pushol not going to turn down the fights, not going to give up so quickly. 2v3, 25 seconds, Army already being forced to plants, but now Crazy taking Pushol's life. And this leaves Kaza in a very vulnerable spot, and Sromik once more with an easy kill. A great way of playing this shotgun shown here by Sromik in defense. 7-8. VCOD coming back with the score. And we are getting closer to this 12-12 that I was talking about, which would be very, very fun to see. Crazy. Low on HP, but Jetex doing a really, really good job of trying to hold the defense. Klafutia as well. This is 2v2. Klafutia has to look out and Lazy right now with a beautiful jump shot. Shotgun not only working on the other side, and Armia winning these points. Being one closer to the victory, 9-7. Kazar. Then Lucky Pushol. Already with a beautiful nade, and Armia marching towards the A side. Klafutia didn't really stand a chance. Was trying to find at least 1 kill, but couldn't bring himself to do this. Also now Pushol winning this duel with Hitons, leaving only 2 defenders there, but not for much longer as Almontiak finds Jedex. It's only Crazy fighting, but it's Crazy here. So many bullets coming toward his side. Crazy, he cannot do anything. The execution is coming, 10-7 Armia. So close to the victory right now. And VCOD, this might be the biggest punish for the fact that they bottled map number 1, that they bottled breakouts. Lucky finding the entry kill. This is not a good info for VCOD here. Once more, seems like Armia will be going straight towards the A side. Right now also covering the middle. Lucky. Cleaning the B house, hoping to find even more, but Stromik right now with a very important kill. Also Hitons finding Olmontiak. 4v3 VCOTs. Completely turning the fate of this round around. Hitons also finds Lucky. The flank is dead. The plan is dead. There's only hope for Army to win the points where they are 2 men down compared to the VCOT here. And Hitons spotting the another of the players. Hitons! First one was just to warn him, second was to kill. It's only Kaza right now with the scope, 1v4. Kaza starts the clutch with headshot on Hitons. All rivals pretty far away. But the biggest enemy here being the clock with only 25 seconds on it. Is Kaza. Might try to go for the plant here, but he's covered by Crazy. Looking for this last kill. But also hoping that he can just push Kaza out of the site, as 10 seconds will definitely not be enough. And VCOT closing the distance to not give any chance of planting the bomb here. 8 to 10. A clean closing by VCOT here to not throw the round to make this 8 to 10. Lucky. We do see that most of the action is around the A side, and Lucky finding the entry. Can VCOT respond like the last round one more time? If not, Armia will make another big step towards the victory here. Pushol on the smoke. 2 of the players from VCOT side still finding around the side. Stromik finding elimination of Olmontiak. Pushol, he should be able to get the bomb down, especially that now Lazy finds Jedex. Pushol! A huge skirmish in the smoke, but this duel with Pushol on top already making this so hard for VCOT to retake. And now Lucky also finds Hitons. Crazy with the scope, not much he can do, so it will be 11 to 8. Armia almost with the guaranteed draw here, and being so close to the victory on the second map, and in conclusion on the victory in the whole match. Can VCOT step up so they can still fight for the victory here? They have to be flawless if they want to win this match. If they just don't want to get only 1 point, and if they want to get any points, they still have to win 4 out of 5 rounds. And Kaza right now winning the scope duel with Crazy. And without that cover from the scope, VCOT much more close in the side, as to now they cannot punish Armia this hard for being on the open positions. Armia playing this slowly, especially that now Lazy is around the Axis spawn. Oh, this is not a good information. This is a great spot for gathering info, and this is the great spot for bringing the cover, for the diversion, for so many options that are now opening for Armia. And Lazy, of course, he's able to find a kill on Clofutsia. 5 versus 3. And Lazy still being the center of attention, letting the other team members getting closer to the action. Hitons hoping to find anything there, but Olmontiak right now finds Stromik, and it's on Jetex inside, but there's 2 players there. Hitons finally finding Pushol, also Jetex. With elimination unlucky, this round is not done. Jetex down 1 HP, but no one to finish him yet. 25 seconds on the clock, and Jetex finally losing the battle. 3 versus 1. And of course, position of Hitons is controlled by the allies here, 12 to 8. So the worst case scenario for Armia is right now tying this match 1-1 by having 12-12 on both maps. But can VCOT do the same stuff that Armia did in Breakout? Of course, Armia has 1 more chance than VCOT had. But still, can they do so, or Armia Can they take it? Hitons right now finding codmaniac. Finally, the entry kill going to the Axis side here. Lucky. Still going for the push, but tough position here. Ceramic with elimination. Kaza. Great cover with the scope, but it's still not enough for Army to tie with the man. 3 versus 4. This might not be the point where Army is going to take the victory. This might be the first one defended by the Axis, as VCOD is holding the 4v3 advantage. Lazy with a shotgun right now. Pushal also with a great decision to pick, finding Jetex. 3 versus 3. Almost all of the Axis players hidden in the houses. The timing will be crucial here, but Kaza, he's great at fighting those moments, and it's not different right now as Clafutia is eliminated. VCOD losing control of this round, and it's only Crazy and Hitons fighting for their life on this map. And in this match, Kazar spotted another one, hoping that this scope can bring one more for the team. It won't be Kaza, but it will be Lazy. It's Hitons eliminated, and Crazy as well. 13-8. Army are winning train station and winning the whole match in the second rounds of matches in Group A. What a comeback and breakout, and also what a match on train station. It was a very close game, but seems like from the moment that Army finally got their lead around 6-4, 7-5, something like that, no matter how hard VCOD tried, they could have gotten close, but only close to Armia, but not close enough to get the victory. So Armia getting whole 3 points for this match, and now we'll go for the short break and we'll come back with yet another match. Hear y'all soon. Okay, before we start the third round of the day, we'll also jump into this match, Doodle versus Mevkins Burgundy. As we do see, Doodle won the first map 13-9 to Jane after the close match brought by Doodle. But right now, here on Burgundy, seems like Mevkins are actually dominating. You know, we've seen them losing here against Sfora, but right now it seems much better as they are winning the last round as well. 10-2, a great allied side, but the Mev Kings, but also Doodle right now will get they will get their chance to play the ally side. We will see if they are able to come back from this. If they want to get all 3 points, they just need only 11. Only 11. The problem is that Mev Kings can just tie this map and it's fine for them. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. Actually, no. Doodle needs only 10 because Doodle won the first map. My bad. So we'll see what they can do. But Mev King starting fantastically as Biggs finds the first elimination on G4A. Tsarovic low on HP, Marvel going for the push, but right now Stevie Amazing and Yankas both with eliminations. Chewy trying to hold down the side. Tsarovic with the push. Tsarovic still he's not able to find the skill. Finally eliminating Biggs, but losing all of his teammates along this push. Only Chewy and Buku from Mevking side. It's 2v1 and Tsarovic hiding on the grounds, waiting for the enemies to come in, but Mev Kings were only waiting for him to pick out of his hiding spot. 11-2. A huge chaos emerged here on the mid, but the Mev Kings were able to come on top as both Bix and Chewy played fantastic rounds there. But this time Doodle is starting even better with 2 eliminations already. Bix trying to play this alone, but quickly spotted by Zappa. Still those 2 players that were shining so bright the last round are alive, and one already with the frag. Buku finding Tsarovic as well, and also Chewy. It's 3 versus 2. Doodle completely losing control of this round, but now finally Zappa finding Bix. Now out of position 2v2. The whole map is split. Stevie Amazing around the B side. Chewy still waiting on the square house. It's remotely peaceful. Buku has such a good chance to find this kill, but this shot misses and it might complicate things a bit. Also no Stevie Amazing. A great cover from the ground, and Zappa finds the last kill. 3-11. Doodle still in the fight, but it was getting hot in here, especially after those 3 quick eliminations coming from the Mev Kings. Zapper, Buku, Stevie. After this huge fight, we are still tight with 3 men up on both sides. Marvel finding G4E here. Stevie Amazing trying to look for the push. Stevie Amazing is not able to get a kill, but puts one for the Youngcast. And now Buku and Stevie Amazing one more time. It is indeed amazing what he was able to do here on the mid. 4-11. Allies slowly accelerating in this game state. But Mev Kings holding themselves up, and Big Sword and 8, 2 eliminations already. Also scope kill coming from his side. 5 versus 2. And this round is really going south for Doodle. Mavo now spotting the enemies on the ally side. And a quick push coming. 3 players already trying to go for the kill. Stevie Amazing, great positioning, letting him find not 1 but 2 eliminations. And this might have been a bit too aggressive coming from Mev Kings, as now The lead is really melted. Buku once more couldn't find a shot like that. But Stevie Amazing and his teammates still close on the spawn. On the bright side, there's still plenty of time for them to get out of the spots. And Meth Kings are not so brave after they lost 2 men already. Logi. Stevie Amazing is somehow still alive in this spot. Even though that 2 players were already on him, and Buku eliminated by G4E, but Logi finally getting the refrag. Stevie Amazing still alive, 15 seconds on the clock. Can Stevie Amazing find this clutch? Stevie Amazing going for the push, 10 seconds. Stevie Amazing, and it's just too much firepower for him. 12-4, Meth Kings. Unfortunately for them, they won't get all 3 points for this match, but still, bringing even one is decent here, especially after losing the first map, being able to pull themselves back. But Sarovic won't make it any easier. Sarovic, Stevie Amazing, Zapper as well. Zapper, G4E, fantastic round coming from Doodle here. They are fighting still for the victory. Yes, they only need a tie on this map, but they have to be flawless for the next few minutes here. This round, of course, there won't be much trouble for them to take the victory. Yes, it's 4v1 with the bomb planet, but still 7 more to go if the Allies want to bring the victory to their team. Stevie Amazing striking once again as the most fragging player of Doodle here, but Mavo, great nade to tie up the score. Doodle already flooding towards the B side. 2 axes close in the smokes. Buku with fantastic nade, and the star player of Doodle eliminated already by the Ankes. Finding the kill on Mavo. It is 3 versus 3, but not for much longer as Zappa finds the elimination on Buku. 3 versus 2, Trey low on HP. Still trying to find his way out, but the Ankes already here for the frag. Leaving only Logi in the 1v3 clutch. Seems like yet another point might go towards the Allies here, as the mob will be planet. And as the Zappa will find the last shot. 6-12. The comeback is still on. The comeback is still alive for Doodle. And I do see some scores. Armia winning 1 match. VCOTS winning 1 and losing 1. Still only with a loss here right now and in Group B. Okay, seems like results are slowly flooding in on the sides. We might see another one just in a moment. Stevie Amazing. Even though that he was eliminated, his teammates were able to confidently bring the rounds towards the right path. But now Yankes, hard pill to swallow, with Marvel waiting with a shotgun. An entry kill for Meth Kings there, but I've seen them not using those to the fully possible maximum of the opportunity. G4E right now with elimination on Biggs. A scope duel won by the Allies player, as the Allies will now shift themselves towards the A side, but Mavo not only shotgun in his hands, Garand as well, and this Garand made a great job here. But Mavo, without smoke, without any cover, couldn't escape, so it is 3 versus 3. He still bought some time. And Buku right now finding Tsarovic Zapper. What a shot to respond on Logi. 28 seconds, and especially to his position. This might be a very important one, but it is lost so quickly to Stevie Amazing. As now it's only Buku in the 1v2, 20 seconds. Bomb is planet. And also Zappa's position. This should be a surprise for Buku here, oh, great reaction, but doesn't change the fact that Zapper wins the duel 7-12. Doodle still on the comeback. If Doodle is able to come back here from 12 to 4, if I'm not mistaken, oh, this will sting a lot to Mev Kings, but right, once more they start with great nades. Those nades are actually fantastic. Once more finding those eliminations, but does it change the fact that Doodle is still going for the push here? No, absolutely does not. And Doodle winning those duels make those nades completely irrelevant, with them finding kill after kill after kill, making 5 consecutive eliminations. For the 4th consecutive point, 12-8, Mev Kings stuck on this 12 points. Mev Kings. They really start to struggle with closing this match. And there's less and less time for them to do so. And Doodle still fighting for those points. And Zappa, what a nade! And this time, of course, the Axis had the response, but still, they are not really in the position to stop the plans. Great dodge by Tsarovic here to not get naded. And with those positions, not much Mev Kings can do about the plan, but they definitely can do more about those two players in the greenhouse. But Stevie Amazing already on the push as Rambo here fighting 1 second elimination. The bomb will be planted by Tsarovic, and Buku in the 1v2 clutch with Stevie Amazing still lurking for him. The hunt is on, and Buku has his eyes around his head, and still Stevie Amazing just going for the fast push. A great one coming from Doodle's player, 9-12, 5 points defended, 3 more to go for them to tie the second map and to win the whole match. And is this the time? Is it the time where this entry kill might actually be relevant for Mev Kings to finish the match? Because Yankas gets the kill to make this 4v4. And Marvel's position, this will be a crucial one, of course, should be expected. But Marvel, great reaction. Yankas eliminated. No one to refrag here. Logi. Already with a plan to go forwards. Bix. Trying to keep control of the middle. Already spotted rivals, but even though the Bix is still on the fight, the problem is that he's losing teammates like crazy. 2 players from the Axis side down, and right now the side is getting pretty weakly defended. Stevie Amazing taking advantage of it, leaving only Buku in the 1v2. Buku, what a shot. Stevie Amazing eliminated 1v1. Buku for the victory. Can he do so? Buku for the push, but this time, once more, Doodle is the one to score. 10-12. And this might be such a fantastic comeback. Only 2 more rounds for Mev Kings to bring the victory here. It was so close. It was all in Buku's hands to win just 1 more fight. But he just couldn't do so, and Stevie Amazing already spotting the scope. Need to try to take him out, but seems like for now Bixin is in a safe position. Can say the same thing about Logi, who's already down. Stevie Amazing. Going for the push. Chewy finding Yankas here, 4v4. But Stevie Amazing, such pain in Mev King's eye, as he's doing such a great job. And fun fact, When Big's had 24 eliminations, Stevie had 16, and right now Big still has 24, and Stevie as well has 24. To show you the scale of the things that he has done here. But it is 4v3. As Axis find the lead 45 seconds before timers goes down, and Mavo right now once more striking from this position. Stevie struggling with Mavo, and right now this might be the end, as Zappa is the only one standing. Zappa on the reload. 4 players hunting for his head. 25 seconds on the clock. Can he find at least a plant here? Seems like he cannot. Surrounded by Mavking players, and they will be able to bring this match to the tie, 13-10. So Doodle winning to Jane and Mavkings winning Burgundy leaves both teams with 1 point each. But what a fantastic comeback from Doodle here. So close. For now, quick break, and we'll come back with yet another match. Okay, and seems like we are ready to go. I was told that on this server there would be another match, but seems like we are going with Elite Fighters versus Mev Kings. We will start with Breakout, and Big's already with the first elimination. Farben hidden in the smoke, but the defense looking here very neat from Mev Kings. Only Ryu with elimination for now. Coming from the Elite Fighter side. But see, he's eliminated as well. Logi with the triple already, so seems like the first point will really smoothly go into the side of Mev Kings. Even finding the Bash on the moment. Really decent start here from coming from Mev Kings, but it is Axis and Breakout, so we do expect them to really play it out well. And Bex, Chewy, already a very good beginning here. So it seems like it will be a tough one for Elite Fighters. Big's pushing through the smoke. Oh, a miss. Can he get another one? Yes, he can. Is Jihu eliminated? And a quick, flawless victory here from Mev Kings. Easy round coming from the side of the Axis. Buku. Not a single moment of peace for Elite Fighters as the first nade already have hit the first target. Rasta eliminated. Another nade, very dangerous there for the ally side, but this time with no casualties. Jihu going for the push, but Buku already with the shotgun. Buku chasing another one, has Ryu on his back. Ryu will be able to get the kill. Oh, sorry, Farben will actually get the elimination. Doesn't change the fact that it's a huge advantage for Elite Fight, for Mev King, sorry. Then Ally is quickly eliminated, even with those few kills. It's still not enough to surpass the defense coming from Mev King sides. Rubik, Smother. This time, finally, Ru was able to find the entry for his team. Didn't change the fact that Elite Fighters couldn't really do much more, as it was a very quick response coming from Mev Kings, taking 3 lives for the price of 1. 4 by far, with Mavo also eliminating Farben. So it is Blaster alone in this fight, but it will all probably turn out to Mev Kings winning the 4th point of the map. Blaster capable of finding one more kill before being put down, but it still doesn't change the fact that it is a time for a timeout, as it's 4-0 right now for Mev Kings. Let's see what they possibly can have planned here. As for now, this attack was easily stopped by Mev King players once and twice and thrice, etc., etc. And the problem is that there wasn't a round that we can surely say that this was a very close one, as mostly those duels, those fights were dominated by one side, by the Axis here. And those early nades, just early scope pressure, all of this combining towards very uncomfortable situation for Elite Fighters. Yet another point where Mev Kings easily find themselves with 2-minute advantage. ruin the fights. He's able to take Buku, but Logi already finding Faben in response. Jiku, Chui. Lots of trades, but I wouldn't say that those benefits Elite Fighters in any kind of way. Leaving Ru in 1v3 with no teammates to help.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
And once more, Axis will take the victory. We did suppose that it will might end this way, as all of this was going towards this one particular play, towards this one elimination. Only needed more to get the victory. But maybe this time, close positions, Rasta in trouble, being able to kill Bix. So we do actually see at least them getting a bit more value there and a bit more fights in the early game. And Drew right now with the double. Things actually get interesting as Mavo is alone, and finally Elite Fighters will get their first points of the match. Ru with a fantastic round. This double kill especially being able to seal the deal. 5-1 as we do see Elite Fighters joining the scoreboard. But big Sloggy, they want to take revenge for this 1 point taken by Elite Fighters, as this is a very explosive start from Mavkings, with only Farben bringing elimination, but it might not be enough. Farben finding the second one, not staying alone, not staying alive for much longer. And Bix with 4 kills in this round, 6-1 Mavkings. It is starting to look great. It is starting to look concerning. They would need a bit more on the ally side here if they want to find something more on the axis. What possibly they can do here to try and go through that defense. Maybe Blaster finding 2 eliminations will be enough to actually get the job done. Chui trying to respond already with elimination. Oh, a team kill nade! A bit of an unfortunate one here. Logi with response, more nades coming in. And in this 2v2, Elite Fighters are still with chances to get their second points. Blaster, a huge kill right now on Logi. Chui 1v2. Can he find this clutch to deny yet another point from his rivals? Oh, beautiful, beautiful scope here. One versus one is Jihu versus Chui. Only one can take the victory, and it's Jihu with a kill. another point here for the Elite Fighters. A very important round, as this victory might be crucial here for going a bit closer in the score and getting more chances on the Axis side to take this map. Logi, Dragon Rasta. If Elite Fighters want to get more points, they need to work on those openings. They cannot just give this much to Meth Kings on the start, especially that Marvel now finds Rue. We do see finally some fight with Blaster finding Chewy in the scope duel. But isn't enough for him to find this one elimination as Logi finds Jihu in it. 2v4. Nothing even close to bringing them to the sides. Blaster. Left all alone in the 1v3. Can he find an ace here? We haven't seen one on stream yet, and we won for now as Logi finds the last kill. 7-2. Logi once more with an opening. This is really not going to be easy for Elite Fighters, but those 2 kills, they will definitely help. Buku Logi. Situation turns around one more time. Smoke done a beautiful job here of covering all of the defenders as Logi finds another one. It seemed like this might be the way to take grasp of the victory, but a beautiful comeback in this round from Logi. Taking whole control of the B side, not letting anyone in, and making this 8-2. Biggs finding Rasta. But now Fab and Rue responses. Elite Fighters are joining the fights. Those rounds are definitely much less dominated than in the first few points in the match, especially with Blaster finding Chewy. This should be point number 3 because this is just so huge. Fab now finds Biggs, and it should be an easy closeout for the Elite Fighters as Rue eliminates Logi 8-3. The score is starting to look pretty much decent. It's definitely could have been worse. And if Elite Fighters are able to find point number 4, it will actually be pretty much winnable for them on the Axis side. But Mavo trying to deny it. The 4th point as hard as he can with a great opening, but Blaster and Drew also working really hard for Elite Fighters to not lose points like that. It is 3v3 and Mavo on the solo quest, hoping to get even more out of this round. Smoke is definitely not helping here, and Marvel, the timing will be crucial as 3 players are really close and Blaster ready for him to pick out of this window. Meth Kings, the defense is collapsing, but Buku, oh what a shot right now to find Drew to make it a bit easier to bring this to 2v2 before Elite Fighters are able to plant the bump. Buku. Seeking for some trouble, and Elite Fighters slowly closing the distance towards the B side. Buku. Once more he will strike, but Blaster finds Chewy. So it will all go down to 1v1. Buku against Blaster. Who can find who? I do think Buku is aware of his rival's position. 30 seconds on the clock. Blaster. He will have to go for the plant. Oh! He spotted Buku, but the shot was just not there. 20 seconds. Buku looking for this one opportunity to find a kill. A beautiful pick. 93 Meth Kings with a very nice score after the first half of breakout. Hoping to close things out on the ally side. 4 points needed. To start with best of 2 with victory. It seems like we are ready to continue. And let's see if Meth Kings can actually close this game easily. We've seen that it's struggling a lot on the ally side, but probably the same fate will go to the Meth Kings. It's just hard to get those great pushes on breakouts, and the formation already have been broken as Rasta finds a beautiful nade, connects on Mavo. Another one connects on Jihu, so let's say that both teams are even right now. Biggs pushing through the smoke. Garan in his hands. And really backed positions from Axis here. If Biggs is able to break through this formation, it might actually be a very good opportunity to find a plant. Oh! Seemed like Biggs spotted someone, was aiming for the easy kill, and Rasta taking advantage of the fact that it was not keen enough to look out for the other spot. Logi finds Farben. 3 versus 3, but Rue also aware of the situation nearby. In the meantime, Meth Kings planting the bomb on the other side of the map, making this 2v3 but with a planted bomb. A lot depends on choose position, scope, playing a really far distance to try and cover up the bomb. Seeking the rotation coming from Max's side. For now, seems like everyone's safe, but Chu is still hoping to get anything more, especially that enemy team is closing to his teammates. Blaster looking for something. Lots of trouble here for Logi, and Blaster had to take this kill. And also Chu in a lot of complications. Ru being able to push him with Rasta. Ru being the one to take the execution 4-9. So the first round of the second half going to the Axis side.
Explosives diffused.
There definitely was a chance with this plant. A great way of trying to come back to the point like that, but a problem was that Logi was found out of position, and it forced Chu to play much more aggressively than he would like to. But now, finding the entry kill might loosen up the side a bit. Blaster with a quick response, but also Meth Kings trying to push pretty hard and fast towards A side. Ru might have some trouble here trying to cover the bomb spots. Logi finding Jihu. Biggs with elimination as well. Elite Fighters completely not ready for the fast push on the other side of the map. Right now we spotted one of the rivals, but Ru cannot do much about it as Biggs is going to get the elimination before Ru even gets a chance to find a shot. Rasta. Easy shot on Marvel, but not much more he can do this round. 10-4 Meth Kings with a nice change of pace. Completely dismantling the defense coming from Elite Fighters. 10-4. Quick first point after change of sides, so definitely a positive here from Meth Kings trying to finish the first map. And Logi right now finding Rust out of position. Biggs as well. Quick elimination of Meth Kings just looking fantastically, and Logi continuing the spree, finding Crew as well. Once more we see that allies are going to A side. Farben being the hero there, finding 2 eliminations already, but Nate on his position being cut out from escape, leaving only Blaster right now. He still has his Nate. Might try to find a bomb planting player. Cannot do so. Will still try to do anything with the Nate. But it doesn't seem to have any impact on Meth King's positions. 3 versus 1. It does not seem like a winnable situation from the Elite Fighters. 11-4. Another fantastic round, and Elite Fighters seemed completely defenseless against this fast push. This fast play style coming from both Logi and Buku on the start of the rounds. 11-4. Blaster hoping to get an easy scope here, but Biggs already with a beautiful nade. Rasta once more. Losing his life really quickly. Logi, Chui, again, is just complete disorientation on the side of Axis. Of course, we do have some responses from both Jihu and Faben, but can they come back to this round? Jihu, important kill to hold the side, but he cannot do this for much longer as Marvel comes in with the shotgun. Faben right now in a 1v2 clutch with an explosive planet. Both players stuck in the same house. Faben, not a smoke, not a nade. He spotted one of the rivals, and with a beautiful headshot, he's able to take him down quickly. Is he aware of the fact that Marvel is as well here? Right now he is, as you've seen Marvel peeking out of this window. Bomb is tapped, 40 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time. Marvel will have to look out for this spot, and Faben trying to push towards the blue house. But Marvel, with a shotgun, not taking chances on the Sturduel. Finding him through the floor and getting point number 12, 3 in a row. And the first rounds, it definitely seemed like Elite Fighters should be fighting here, but for now it's not really much they are being able to do, even on the Axis side on Breakout. And if you are not able to defend on Breakout, it's definitely not looking good for you. Elite Fighters deciding to go on the more straightforward positions. No eliminations yet, but all players very close to one another. Soon there will be Brats, and this Brat will belong to Marvel, eliminated by Rasta. Someone trying to push to take the revenge. Book with elimination, and now Chui reacting towards Jiku. Blaster also finds Chui 3 versus 3, but Blaster bad position here for him to defend. Biggs with elimination with the headshot. 3 versus 2. Ru and Faben still trying to fight. Ru with elimination, but now Logi, great response, great cover to not let Biggs die for nothing. Faben, full control. He knows about one of the rivals, but not taking the shot here. An interesting decision. I do think he should have gotten the elimination here. Of course, LA players still not expecting him, but Buku right now ready, and the first map will go to Meth Kings, 13-4. Pretty easy breakout for them. And we'll see if they can do as well on Quarantine. A short break, and we'll come back with the first round of Quarantine. And we are coming back with Karentan, Elite Fighters as the Axis, Mev Kings as the Allies. So Mev Kings with a tough task here to find as many points as they can, but Blaster already with a fantastic start. 2 kills coming from the scope. Make it 3. Make it even 4 as Logi is going to be taken away as well. Only 3 alive. He's going to find the first kill. But not really much of hope for him to get this full clutch. So we are probably starting with Elite Fighters finding the first point of the map. Of course, current one of the most Axis-sided maps. We do definitely expect
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
at least 8-9 points coming here from both sides on defense. We'll see who can get what here. Rasta running away from the nades. But Mev Kings doing actually pretty good job of pushing the middle. And Rasta not spotting Mavo here, leaving himself completely open to the shots. 5v4 as Mev Kings trying to get their first point really quickly on Karentan. Buku continuing the fights. Jihu finds one elimination, but Buku ready to respond. Mavo with another one as well. Great teamwork here, leaving only Blaster with scope. This time he didn't have much chance to shine as his part of the map was completely empty. And right now with the bomb planet, he's put in the 1v4 clutch where he won't even be able to shoot one time as Buku already prepared. Only 2 players needed here from the side of Mev Kings to get a victory, and a very quick point from Mev Kings. Might bring lots of joy to them, especially with the fact that on Karentan finding those allies points is so important. Biggs had a chance to win the duel here, but Blaster being a bit of a better scope in this fight. Mavo setting up the smoke. And this time is Jihu prepared much better for anyone trying to sneak past him. As True is eliminated, it is 5 versus 3, probably leading to Elite Fighters winning the points. Mavo. On the push, but not for much longer. Ruined Rasta showing us what we all probably expected, that Elite Fighters will going to win the points 2-1. But I would love to see more from Mev Kings, as we've seen in round number 2 there, because that was a really nice setup. Of course, there were some mistakes coming from defense, but you have to expect those sooner or later. And Rasta once more found with an nade. He's a kind of a magnet for those. Logi following with a kill on Jihu. Ru in a duel, but the problem is that he's losing teammates like crazy. Mavo with elimination. Ru finally finding Bix to cut out at least one part of the attack. Ru finding the second, but third is too much for him. Farben right now is the only one alone with MP44. And Mev Kings controlling almost whole map here, not knowing Farben's position. True is eliminated, but right now it's a signal for Mavo to plant on the other side of the map for Logi to control it. How the rotation will occur here. Farben trying to go for the push, but it's too chaotic, and Logi with ease is able to find the kill. 2-2-2. Mother and Book both going for the push. Rasta with elimination, and Elite Fighters decided to play in a very close positions. They had to find those kills on first try. Marvel, a close fight with Farben, leading to Elite Fighters finding another kill, but Choi with a frag, and you kind of don't feel that Axis are this privileged on this map, especially with Logi picking through the smoke, finding Rasta here, making this 3v2. Once more, B-side is completely open, with Ruan Farben trying to react from the other side, but right now seemed like a great opportunity for Logi. Had to take another chance, but Farben not being able to heal up. Ru with a nice bash. Trying to take out the players from the side. It will be a kill. Bit of an unfortunate nade. And Logi already waiting here. Logi or Ru. Logi will be the one to take the victory of this duel 3-2, and actually Mefkings taking the lead on the ally side on Carrington. And the Elite Fighters really struggling here to put up the defense. Ru is one of the better players coming from the Elite Fighters side, but the problem is that Ru is completely cut out from all of the information provided by the rest of his teammates. By anything, and Rasta not expecting. Chu is waiting for him on the open fields. He's going to bite the dust, so it's 2 versus 1 with Ru. Trying to find the clutch. Ru marching towards bomb side B. Chu is close there, but it might leave Pix able to plant the bomb on A side. 40 seconds on the clock. Mef King still not deciding on planting the bomb, but Ru actually giving the plant. He would be a better choice, as if he finds this elimination, this should be an easy defuse. As Bix is on the other side of the map. No nade, so this should be an easy defuse. No! Bix being able to find the shot with the scope. How close of a round that was. A great decision making by Ru, but Bix was here just in time to prevent him from defusing the explosives. To make this 4-2 Elite Fighters. The struggle is real here. They cannot go through with those points, and Bix finding the kills. Logi as well as Jihu, only with 1 response. It is 3v3. Ru doing hell of a job to try and make those rounds much closer, and actually Farben trying to make his work valuable here by also bringing down Logi, making this 2v3 with Rasta really close to the sides. Can Mavor land the bomb? Mavor! Ru was already waiting here, and Chu's bad position now. They do know that they can defuse. Ru really far away, and this time they do have a cover, so it seems like defuse is inevitable, especially with the fact that Chu is going to be eliminated. 3rd point for Elite Fighters. Finally they are able to strike once more, but the score is still looking very suspicious here from their sides. Rasta low on HP, but those nades and scan won't be enough to bring him down. Rasta going for the push, as Mef Kings are setting up the smoke. Blaster spotting one of the enemies. No eliminations yet. Jihu on the ground, but B sides Already infiltrated by Mavkings and Logi, finding Zjichu right now. Buku with a kill as well. Blaster not in position to respond. Bomb planet 5v3 Mavkings. With another great push. Rue. Maybe this is the best way of playing, to not fight Rue so early. You just have to look out for his position. You just have to circle around it. Because we do see that other elite fighters are losing those duels, bringing Rue in very tough spots. Right now it's Blaster, for example, only in 1v3. 30 seconds on the clock. Not much of a possibility to win, so 5th point will go to Mavkings. On the ally side, it seems like a great job done here by Mavkings. To secure the victory. Lord Chewy. This is completely decimating the defense from elite fighters. 3v2 once more. Farben left alone. But he is actually able to withstand the push coming from the ally side, especially at least for a few moments. Rue trying to rush in, but Biggs prepared for such a play coming from the axis. 6-3, Mavkings. In the worst case scenario, will tie the score on the first half of Carenton. But with the gap that we've seen from both sides, there is a huge possibility that they might come on top of this half, and in conclusion, they probably will win this match. And an entry from elite fighters. We haven't seen this one for a while, as Mavkings were the ones usually taking the initiative here. Rue. This elimination on Buku should ease things up a lot for elite fighters. Other traits also are looking decent, so I don't really see a way for Mavkings to get out of this one. Elite fighters will finally with the 4th point, but their scoring is just too inconsistent here. This is not enough if they want to truly think about the victory. Four to 6 elite fighter have to get as much as they need, as they can get, because it won't get much easier after the change of sides. Logi on the push, but great nade from Blaster. Mavo, fantastic timing finding Zjichu here. Also Biggs eliminating Blaster. Buku, great push. Rasta decapitated 4v2, and even though that this entry went to elite fighters' hands, it was still not enough, as not much of a defense was shown later. Farben all alone. Farben, this full auto will get him at least 1 kill. But with 3 more to go, Farben is really unfavored here to get another point for elite fighters. Mavo with 1 quick shotgun push, taking life of last of elite fighter defense. 7-4, last round of the first half, and I did not expect Mavkings to get such a great result on ally side here. Can it be even greater? Blaster seeking for the kill, but the Buku being the one to find it on Farben. 5v4. Zjichu also in high position, and Blaster is finally able to strike. Logi will be his first victim. Rasta joining in the sides, his teammates. Those nades really unpleasant, but not deadly for elite fighters, so At least this one's Jihu pushing around the smoke. Mevking still waiting for a way in, but Rue finds Mavo, trying to stop this attack and seeing like it should work, but Buku and Bix with 2 eliminations. Rue strikes once more and Blasta finds Bix. Buku completely ignoring the fact that someone might be inside, but caught with his hands on the bomb. True in the 1v2. His spot is already known well to elite fighters, so in a few moments they should just surround him from both sides, not giving him much chance to respond here. Rue, nice shot to make this 7-5, to make this score a teeny weeny bit better for elite fighters, but it's still not looking good for them, as if they want to get a single point from this match, they need 8 points on the attack side of Karantan, and that's a very tough job. If, of course, Mevkings are able to play correctly here on the defense. And for now, I do see that Armia won 2 of their games. VCOTs with 1 win, 1 loss, same as TBA 999, Stadawa and Back for Glory, both with 1 loss each. No victory yet, and in Group B, I still don't see results put in, so I won't tell you much about Group B by far, but I'll try to get more info for the next matches. And right now we are continuing the current 7-5. And now after the change of sides, let's see if elite fighters can get the points here. Choosing to push towards A sides on the first round of the half, but Mavo already waiting with the shotgun. Or with the car. This time, but Car also doing a great job finding 2 eliminations before being put down himself. Jihu Rue. It's not looking this bad for elite fighters, especially with Jihu. This far in, close fight, Buku. Buku low on HP, Rue as well, but Buku being able to heal up. Jihu found by Chui, so a great asset lost by elite fighters. And Big's finding Rue is kind of putting all hopes away, as Rasta cannot even plant the bomb here. Biggs with a clean shot, 8-5, Mevkings 5 points away from the victory. But right now, elite fighters with a great response to eliminations for 2. Mavo in a close fight. Mavo, can he see the silhouette? Seems like he cannot. Logi and Blaster, both with eliminations, 2 versus 2. But Logi in a great spot to surround his enemies. Farben, is he expecting this? Also, Book really close to the whole situation. But Farben is actually able to sneak out towards the B side. It might be an unpleasant surprise, but right now Logi in a close fight and Blaster being the one to come on top. Great nade from Logi. Finding this kill even after dying himself. 1v1. An important point for elite fighters to try and strike very early. And Buku winning the final duel. Not letting elite fighters to score a point on the other side. 9-5. Mevkings. This one was really, really close, but those close points are the ones being the true deal breakers in matches like that. 9-5, and elite fighters cannot get points like that. How can they think about coming back to this match? Chui right now with a great opening, finding Rue very early in the rounds. Elite fighters not stopping with this push, but Biggs already with 1, already with the second. Buku joining the fight. Elite fighters completely destroyed on this attack. 10-5, not a single kill coming here from the ally side, with only 3 points left for Mevkings to get the victory on this map and to get another complete of points. In the group stage, of course, We do still have to have in mind that Thursday is a bit less harsh, with 8 teams out of 10 advancing towards the double elimination brackets, where we lose the BO2 and go for best of 3s. But the better the seed, the better your chances to go far in the bracket. Farben, great need to start. But the fighters have to go with some follow-up, because Marvel finds 2 kills already, tying this up, even with Blaster finding the refract. True is dancing in the side. Nate's not really being much of a pain for him, and Bix controlling from the other side. Elite fighters are completely shut down in this attack, but Zjihu, wow, what a play right now, going down to completely confuse the enemy and to go with the jump shot to find a second kill. It seems like Zjihu have to go down with 2 rivals already on him, but Zjihu coming on top of this trade, leaving this to 1-2-1. And Bix left away on the other side of the map as Zjihu is able to sneak towards the A side. Bomb will be planted. So now the ball's in Bix's court, as the time is walking for Elite Fighters right now. Such rounds might be lost here by Mev Kings. Of course, a great individual play by Zjihu, but he has to finish it for it to even matter in this match. If they are able to get this round, this will be a great start, a great ground for a chance to come back. With rival not this close to the victory, but bomb was already tapped. Zjihu or Bix, 28 seconds. Zjihu playing this very slowly, finally picking for the bomb, but now knows that Bix is coming for him and not for the bomb. Easy kill for Zjihu and a fantastic 1v3 clutch. 6-10. Elite Fighters really clutching this one. It would have been 11-5. It would be really hot in there. But almost immediately, we do see Mavking starting with a very harsh beginning of rounds number 17. 2 nade kills, followed by both Logi and Bix also putting in the rifle kills. Rue is the only one alone, but already under such a pressure. 11-6 and a timeout called, because right now Elite Fighters do not have any room for mistakes. Losing even 1 round would lead to them not being able to get a single point from this matches. Even if Mavkings are going to tie this map, it wouldn't do any good for Elite Fighters. It would be 12-12 on this map, and with Mavkings winning breakout 13-4, it would still count as a victory for Mavkings, and I do see that it's more of a bathroom break than a tactical timeout. So it seems like we probably will like 2 or 3 minutes or something like that for of the place. Okay, we just quickly can go back to the game. I hope everyone is on their spots. And let's start. Let's see Elite Fighters. Can they be so perfect? Can they be so flawless to come back for this match? Rue, this is definitely a beginning that you would look for, with Rue finding this first elimination, but Marvel already in the fight looking for the response. 3 players on him. No kills yet. Bix also close to the fight. Buku low on HP. A bit of a struggle from the Axis side here, but Bux being able to find Zjihu, Blaster and Marvel. A quick path of eliminations here, leading to Elite Fighter still being on the top. Blaster, very important duel won here by the Elite Fighter player. Three versus 2. It will, of course, still take some time for Mavkings to seal the victory on this map, if so. But the fact that they are so close to securing all 3 points in this match. And a bomb is planted. Mavkings trying to get the retake. Nice scope from Chewy. It is 2 versus 2, but Ru, this elimination should already tell us how this round will resolve. Buku still in the fight. Buku actually getting this kill. Buku looking for another one, low on HP, but he should heal in a moment. Ru with the scope. Ru ready for Buku, but the first shot misses. Still, it's a tough spot for him to defuse the bomb, especially with Ru still having his nade up. And Ru being pushed, nade thrown down on the ground. Can nade the drop here? Seems like it cannot, but Buku going for the bomb. 15 seconds, Buku. Ru is still dancing here, and Buku going for the defuse. Ru on the reload. Ru trying to push with the pistol. Can he get there in time? He cannot! If he was to be defusing, but he was just going for the kill, so the bomb will explode. And even though that not a single Elite Fighter player survived this round, Mavkings still were able to... Elite Fighters still were able to get the point 7-11. So the hopes are still alive. Ru. He was expecting this, but cannot find the kill. Logi opens up on Farben with response on Buku. Lots of aggression here, especially with Choice trying to close up the distance. Great punish from Blaster. Brought straight to Choice's head, but now the cannonade coming from the Axis side, and 2 nades taking 2 Elite Fighter players. Logi also finding Rasta leaving Blaster in the 1v3, and it seems like this might be the last nail to the coffin, with only 1 player standing and already giving up his position. It is point number 12, and it doesn't matter how this map will resolve. Nothing and no one can take 3 points away from Mavkings, as Elite Fighters right now lost the chance to take the victory on Quarantine, and in conclusion to tie the score up. In the worst case scenario, it will be 1.5 to 0.5 in maps, leading to Mavkings winning the whole series. But of course you can still try and fight. You can go out like a winner, and at least not like a fully loser, something like that. Lots of chaos on this round, kill after kill after kill after kill. And after the dust settles, it is 2 versus 2, Blaster and Brew against Marvel and Chewy. Marvel. In this fight, Marvel dancing around this wall, but Blaster being better in the duel. 2v1, Blaster with a triple already, and Chewy is the only one alone with the scope. Not really caring about his nade, but in a few moments he should get in contact with Blaster here. And the question is, can he end this match right now, or will we play for a bit longer? Chewy already really close, but he is going for the bash, and he will find it. And Blaster is completely unaware of the fact that the Axis player is here, but right now Ru trying to do the same thing to his rival. Ru, first shot misses, and right now there is an opportunity for Chewy, and he will take this one. 13-7. Mavkings winning this match 2-0, 13-4 on Breakout, 13-7 on Quarantine, sitting 3 points from this match. Great map from Mavkings here, especially this ally side on Quarantine. This was very pleasant to watch, but for now I'm going for a short break, and we will continue soon with the next match of the tournament. Okay, seems like we are back into the action with the next match of the group stage. Doodle versus Elite Fighters 2. I'm not sure which one was the Elite Fighters 1, Elite Fighters 2, because neither of them has the number 2 in the attack, but doesn't matter, as we will start on Burgundy, and I see that one of the players was actually AFK, but seems like easy round for Doodle players here, so I'll start with a point. I'm wondering if we will revoke the first round, since he was changing his nick, I think. We'll see what both teams decide here. G4E. Taking with the scope, lots of nades coming in, and 2 for 2 with the nade. Pretty fair trades if I were to judge here, but bomb already planted, and G4E find a kill and focus. 3 versus 2. Still G4E on the tank with a beautiful hit, leaving only one of 85 players here. Tsar disconnected. Let's hope he can come back to the server quickly. But Anemic fighting in the 1v3, not much of a chance. So 3 players will surround him to bring the second point for Doodle here. And yet another fantastic, very aggressive start coming from Doodle, even though that they started this round with a deficit, as they were 4 versus 5. Didn't really matter, as now it's 3 versus 2 on the advantage of Doodle, leaving only one of the players from Elite Fighters inside Anemic, holding as the sole defender of side, and as the sole player is also Blaster right now disconnected.
Axis eliminated. Allies win.
3-0, and we do see a timeout, but we've seen few people disconnecting from the server, so it is expected that we will see the pause here, as both sides experience some trouble. Seems like it might take a moment for Elite Fighters to fix everything that they need to. As I said, let's hope that we can quickly fix all of the troubles, so we can focus on what's most important. So we can focus on the game here, especially that we are playing my favorite map. I really like Burgundy, as it's quick, as it's dynamic, as it's really fun to cast as well. Would be more fun with duo here, but I'm not complaining. Casting alone is something that I'm really used to. Okay, I do see that. They are joking a bit on the chat, but we're still lacking one of the players. I'll go for the short break and try to ask what's exactly the problem there. So sticking. I'll be probably back in like a minute or two. Oh, maybe not, because Blaster right now connected. So seems like the problem shall be fixed here, as Blaster already joined his team on the Axis side. And we do see Stevie saying jazda, which means let's go in Polish. So we are ready to resume the match. 3-0. This is the score that we ended with. 3 points for Doodle, not a single point yet for Elite Fighters. And Stevie suggesting pistol bash, but I'm not really sure if this is what we are going to see in this round. We do definitely see some nades coming in from both sides, and tabbing the first casualty of the round. Zappa finding Janashik with nade as well, and also G4E, a great scope walk. We've seen it already. Zappa trying to counter this push. Stevie to help, and an easy advantage here. Got it by Doodle here. Last two players pushing towards ally spawn, but both already noticed by Stevie. Stevie trying to dance around the tanks, trying to dance around the spawn. Looking for those last two players. Stevie is able to track down Blaster. Only David right now. David struggling a lot. Stevie on the reload, but also has some help coming in. And Zappa will be the one to get this kill. Stevie held Zappa, Zappa held Stevie. Really good cooperation here to make this 4-0. So Doodle can have a really quick, good start on this map. I'll try to see how about scores on the sides, if we maybe have any updates of what's going on in the tables, but also what's going on here. So quick in those actions are Doodle players. 2 eliminations already. Oh, and 2 kills for Elite Fighters. Doesn't matter that one of those was by G4E with an unfortunate nade, but also G4E right now finding David. And the bomb is planted. Both defenders far away from the action, so Doodle have lots of time to get into the position. Anemic on the middle, Anemic spotting one of the rivals in G4E. Using this as a diversion. G4E going for yet another one. 5-0. For now, those rounds seemed pretty easy for Doodle, as we've seen. Not much was shown here by Elite Fighters from the Axis side. And I do see that Armia already with the 3 victories with 9 points. VCOD still 1-1, okay, and we do see that Stodoa is 0-2 for now, and G4E, another fantastic start with the scope, 13-1 with elimination, so what a game coming from him. It is only 2 players, again, left for the side of Elite Fighters. Doodle, a really close call here with Zappa, but doesn't change the fact that bomb is planted. And I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself, but those rounds are pretty repetitive. This is just Doodle completely stomping Burgundy. And G4E getting another 4-kill round. 15-1 with eliminations. Doodle being, G4E, being completely unstoppable. And in that case also Doodle seems like an unstoppable team, as they have the Juggernaut. They have the final boss, who is pretty much almost unkillable. I say almost because there was one round where Elite Fighters were actually able to put him down. That didn't change the fact that Doodle still won the points. Oh, this nade might hurt! Nade was dodged, but worse with shots coming from Doodle's sniper as he starts the round with kill on feet. As also Zapper finding Janashik. 5 versus 3, and yet another quick push. Stevie amazing with a kill as well. G4E, great tracking. Leaving only focus here. So it seems like this will be 7-0 for Doodle. With this much of a domination and this tempo, we might see our first 13-0 of the day. I hope not, because those matches are not this fun as you would prefer to see those close games like the comeback from Armia or Breakout, something like that. Ooh, an unfortunate nade. It will also take up some space from Elite Fighters here in the middle, and Tsar finding Janashik already. Seems like they are not changing the winning strategy here, as they are pushing towards B-side once more. Good positioning from Tsar. He might be able to surprise someone here, and Fetus had a great chance to find a kill, but not accurate enough, and leaves himself open to G4E. Lots of chaos in the starts. It definitely could have ended in Elite Fighters winning the fight and in conclusion winning the round, but Doodle being able to get themselves together a bit quicker in this round. 8-0. And the Elite Fighters really struggling here. And seems like they're completely living up the high middle, but doesn't change the fact that the Nate will still find someone here. Oh, another Nate will find as well. Maybe not the player that Duda was looking for, but also now a great push with shotgun. Sa doing a fantastic job. David trying to respond by any means, but even though that B side does not look this bad, the problem is that when all of the action, when all of the weight of the defense was put on the other side of the map, almost immediately Doodle caught up to this and were able to completely take advantage of that. 9-0. This is absolutely incredible how dominant are Doodle in this performance. Elite Fighters, not a single response yet. Maybe those nades, maybe anything like that, but doesn't look really good for them. Anemic finding the entry. So maybe this is the round where Elite Fighters are going to join the scoreboard, as Fetus also finds a kill. 4v3, this is the best spot that Elite Fighters had for the whole half, if I'm not mistaken. For a brief moment it was 5-3, but also we did see this kill from Scope. David looking for the kill around the greenhouse. Also Fetus low on HP, Zapper planning the bomb. And actually, Zapper will be able to plan on B-side, even though that the rival is so close here. And Zapper will also be able to win the duel. G4E finding 2 kills in the meantime. Focus finally putting the dual scope down, but it doesn't change the fact how much he had done for this round. It's 2 versus 1 with Focus's position known. He's trying to go with this scope, but he also has someone on his back. And it will be elimination for Zapper. 10-0 and 23-2. On behalf of Doodle Sniper. It is absolutely mad how Doodle is winning all of those rounds and how G4E is playing. This is just incredible. G4E, nice shots, finding Anemic for the entry and also expecting someone around the car. Sa going for the push, close call, but still a one duel by Doodle's player, and it's an immediate victory, 11-0. They are not even taking a short break here before pushing. This is just straight up going for the fight and straight up going for the victory. (11-0). Can they stay undefeated for the whole half and for the whole map? Sa working on it, finding entry on Anemic. And B-side already being in control of Doodle. Of course, few players are pretty close. Focus is even trying to find a scan here, but it doesn't change the fact that probably Sa will plant the bomb here. And also, Focus has to look out. He was shot in the leg. In the meantime, Zappa finds elimination on David. It is 5 versus 3. And actually, the defenders are going away from the B-side. It's looking horrible for Demian Oshik, finding the first elimination for Axis here, but it's too little too late, with Tsar also waiting. And connection was disrupted here. It will be 12-0. Doodle invincible for the whole first half of Burgundy, needing only 1 more point to bring the victory here. I have a feeling that this might be a really quick Burgundy. It depends, of course, on how Doodle will play on the Axis side. Maybe Elite Fighters will return the favor and also go invincible, making this 12-12. This will be an absolute cinema here coming from both sides. Right now, we are waiting for them to bring feeders back again on the server. We did see those problems occurring earlier in the match. Now the question is, what actually Elite Fighters can do here? And I'm so curious what's the second map of this match, because that's where probably Elite Fighters will try to fight for their points. Because all of the love to Elite Fighter players. I'm kind of convinced that Doodle will take this map. It's kind of already taken by them, but what do I know? I'm not an expert here, so maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, we do actually see some struggle here for the last Elite Fighters player to join the match. And finally, Fetus joining us on the server. I wonder for how long we will continue this this map, because the problem was that Doodle was so dominant here, especially their sniper. G4E was doing just absolutely everything with 25 eliminations. To compare, all of the Elite Fighters team have 16 kills. Doodle, G4E alone has 9 eliminations more than the whole enemy team combines, which is absolutely insane. And seems like we are going to continue the match. 12 for Doodle, 0 for Elite Fighters in the first half of Baganzi. We are going to start, and G4E already continuing his streak with another fantastic shot on focus. Yankes also finds elimination on Fetus. Low on HP, few players from the other side, but they are already hitting up, and nothing, no one will stop them. David finds Yankes, but G4 is striking once more. It is 4 versus 2. Sniper being finally put down, but his death is not for nothing, as Stevie Amazing is here for response. David in the 1v3 clutch for his team to survive here. David already in some trouble. Not one, but 2 enemies on him already. And Zappa will get the kill. 13-0. What a map from Doodle. That was an absolute domination. Incredible performance by G4E here. And after short break, we will see what Tijane will bring us in this match. And we are going back after a fantastic performance from Doodle on the first map. We are going to Jane, and already Janka starting with elimination. Doodle wants to continue what they have started on Burgundy, and seems like they are going to do this. Janka, Tsar, Stevie already with eliminations, each with one. 5 versus 2, Focus and Janasik as the only one staying alive, but not for much longer as Zapper finds Janasik. The bomb will be planted and Focus stays as the only one alive, but for how much longer can he stay here? The Focus finds G4E, so this is the first time that we will actually see him with the negative KD, but doesn't change the fact that Doodle is striking a dominant performance here. And Focus already under the fire. The first round going for the Doodle, and this is 14th round in a row. This is an absolutely mad performance. And Doodle continuing with the very fast pace that they've presented on the first map, being the ally side once more. This time not the Americans, this time the British. That's this is an absolute T what they are showing us here. But Fidus finds Jankas. Oh, G4E. Actually a miss coming from him, but doesn't change the fact that he puts David for the Tsar with an easy assist here, making this 1-4-1, 4v4. And G4E, another miss, but he will get to correct himself. Zapper also gets Janasik, so once more in a very quick manner, Doodle is going to find those few kills, plant the bomb, and once more one of the Elite Fighter players is going to find himself in a 1v4 with the bomb planet. It's not looking good, especially that shots are already coming towards him. Anemic will get one elimination. Low on HP. Can he go and get something more? Absolutely not, as Tsar is waiting above the ground for him to show up. 2-0. Doodle. They really want to finish this match quickly. They really want to go for the victory. And once more, the dominating star, the nades, the scopes, everything coming in, everything piling on Elite Fighters. And even though that this time the situation does not look this bad, once more, it's a very quick plant. Also, Zapper in time, just in time to dodge the nade coming from Elite Fighter's side. Janasik had a chance to get elimination on Zapper, but the shot was not accurate enough. Won't get a chance to go and try once more time because Tsar is already on him, and Zapper finds Anemic, and Tsar going for the double. 3-0 for Doodle here. As this ally side is also looking very neat. 6-0 Tsar. G4E, he's not this dominant as he was on Burgundy, but it doesn't change the fact that all of Doodle players are just so consistent in finding those eliminations. G4E, Stevie, already 2 eliminations, make it 3 with Tsar. Janasik and Fetus, we do have some response, we do have anything coming back from Elite Fighters, but it's just not enough for the sheer force presented by Doodle here, as Tsar finds a beautiful headshot to make this 4-0 for the ally side. We are going so fast into this game. 26 minutes only needed to play 17 rounds, and for all 17 to be won by Doodle. 6 eliminations by whole Elite Fighters team, and another nade that will connect. Focus trying to show us that scope is not one-sided here, that it's not only Doodle having a fantastic scope player. As this kill will stop at least a bit this attack coming from Doodle. But so Stevie, really nice catch. His upper also close, finding one, not being able to bring second with him, but both Tsar and G4E ready to react. 5-0 for Doodle. They really have to be in the dumps after such a start. I did expect that it will go at least a bit better on Jane, but it seems like Doodle wants to go down with the same road. 2 eliminations to start round number 6, and it's kind of a habit for Doodle to just start obliterating Elite Fighters in those early duels. Even a bash coming from Zappa, 5 versus 2, Focus with 1. But Stevie amazing with Bren LMG. Bringing out the heavy guns. Focus finds one more. G4E struggling a bit to get his elimination. G4E. Fetus will get the kill. He's actually getting close, and this might be the first points for Elite Fighters. Timing will be important here, as Tar is pretty close to Fetus. And also Stevie might be found, but Tar just in time to find Fetus before He's able to get a grasp of the fact that he's being surrounded by allies here. Also, Tsar being able to spot the last one in a beautiful jump shot to take this point, to make sure that not a single one slips through and goes to the Axis side. 6-0. And we are halfway through the first half of this map. G4 is starting with a quick elimination. All of the Axis gathered between two sides. But this might be just cemetery here after this push. As Tsar, G4 both going for another kills. And Focus as the only one alone. Focus. He will be able to stop Tsar. But it's not really much more that he can do with an army coming straight towards his position. 4v1. Focus. Already pinged. Being able to find Zapper, but G4 comes in. 7-0. For Doodle 7-0. I would definitely say that Doodle will go and win this match. I'm trying to get really certain that Elite Fighters won't show us a comeback here. But can they make it 13-0 one more time? With this start, maybe. Because you barely blinked and you already see 4 Axis being eliminated, bomb being put down. It's just 20 seconds of the rounds. Elite Fighters, what can they even do with such force? Pushing once again and again and again and again, and Focus fighting for his life, but Tsar, absolutely no mercy shown here by Doodle. 8-0. I did see a disconnect. I do see a timeout also, probably connected to the fact that for now there are only 4 Elite Fighter players on the server. But this timeout maybe it will slow down Doodle because they are absolutely on fire. And we did see a few rounds where actually the fight was pretty close, especially this 2v2 after pretty nice round from both Focus and Fetus, who's up actually in this moment not present in the server. But the problem is that this was just a moment of Elite Fighters having a better time on the 7. We call better time rounds where they were able to bring this to 2v3 or 2v2 or something like that. But right now every point ends in the same manner, with Doodle completely dominating the first few seconds of the rounds, and with this much time being enough for them to eliminate 3 or even 4 or even 5 of the Axis player here. And we are waiting for the last player to come back. Seems like Feed is finally connected to the server, so we will be able to continue with the match. But the fact how Doodle is absolutely smashing Elite Fighters here, it's brutal what we do see here on stream. 13-0 on the first map, 8-0 by far onto Jane, and I kind of have a feeling that the score will go kind of in the same manner. But I really cross my fingers that Elite Fighters will get at least 1 point in this match. We do see Focus fighting for those kills, being almost on the positive KD, but this time Tsar being 16-1. Kind of same like Doodle G4E was on the first map, so there is at least one Juggernaut, all is on the Doodle side. But maybe Pos will stop them at least a little bit. We do see Vidos actually being pretty close to the fight. Fidus, can he get something here? The position is good, but the problem is that G4 is ready for that, and Tsar also gets David Stevie Amazing with another kill. It is 5 versus 2, with Focus and Yanasik staying alive. They are fighting from their spawn, but this is not really the greatest position to stop the bomb from being planted, and it will happen. G4 also will get Yanasik focused in the fight. Focus gets one, but in need of the reloads. And Yankas taking advantage of that gets the last elimination, 9-0. They are really trying to make up for the break, so they can do this faster and faster. But entry actually found by Elite Fighters with Focus nading Stevie. Didn't last long as Anamik and the Anasik both died to G4E, and also Zappa finding Davids. 3 versus 2, but it is closer. It is a chance for Focus to shine here, but he's left all alone one more time on the ally Axis Resp, and Zappa going for the triple. 10-0 from Doodle's side. It's kind of repetitive, but it's also kind of what we expected after those first rounds, and especially after the first map that we've seen. But it's good to see that at least those nades are actually starting to connect. The problem is that shots are connecting from Doodle's side, or maybe also from the other one, as Anamik finds Yankas here. This is the first time that in this stage of round we do see an advantage from Elite Fighters, and I didn't even finish saying that, and Doodle just won this round 11-0. Okay, let's pretend I haven't said anything, but this not happen. 11-0, and if Doodle wins just one more round, it's, as I said in the last match on stream, it's irrelevant what Elite Fighters would do. Doodle could just... This would be an absolute aura to win 12-0 and those last 12 rounds, and it still wouldn't matter, really. But of course, if we don't do that, we don't BM like that. They also want to play out those games so they can prepare for tomorrow, so also they can have some fun, integrate, etc. This is a great opportunity for the Call of Duty 2 Polish scene to gather up one more time to try to maybe get this going, especially that those bigger games, in quotes of course, they are not having this great of a time on Polish scene, so maybe this is a chance for them to shine with a bit older games. Anamik trying to shine himself in the side, but also the one planet on the other side of the map, so 12-0 kind of coming inevitably towards the scoreboards, as Anamik is completely shut down from rotating, and 3 people will hold him hostage here on the car with nades and shots and everything coming in, and Stevie will be the one to end his suffering. 12-0, Doodle needing only 1 point to get a flawless victory here. And we do see a continuation. We are going to start the second half of this map. But half might be a bit of an exaggeration considering the fact how many rounds we will probably see during this map. Tsar already with the nades, finding Anamik here. Focus had a chance to get a shot, but David actually finding Tsar. G4E going for the push. David's already refracts. Janasik gets Zappa. 2-4-2, and Doodle coming very aggressively here, going for the fights. Yankas gets focused, 3 versus 2, advantage still inside of Doodle, but Janasik surprises Yankas here, 2v2. G4E finds Fetus, and Janasik still trying to put a fight here, gets TV Amazing, low on HP, but G4E not close enough to take advantage of that, so Janasik will heal up 1 versus 1. Can Janasik bring the honorable 1 point to the side of Elite Fighters? Or would it be 13-0, 13-0, winning 26 rounds without a single loss from the other side? Janasik and G4E, who can find who? Far away from one another. This Not good for any of the players, since one is with MP and other with shotgun. But they are closing the distance and already spotted one another. But G4E winning the duel. 13-0, 13-0. What a domination coming from Doodle here. Absolute stomp. But an absolute fantastic performance from Doodle, from Sav and G4E especially. We are going for the short break, and we are slowly, I think, behind half of the matches that we are going to see today. So I'll see what will be the next match on stream and hear y'all soon. And we are going to start with yet another match. Two teams that we haven't seen on the stream already. 999M versus Stodoła. We'll see who will come up on top and who will have to struggle with the victory here. We are going for the Matmara. And from the very beginning, lots of action here. 3 eliminations for 999 and 2 eliminations for Stodoła. MCK and Jack, those two staying up for the Axis, but Monty and Reactive with quick reactions bringing the first point to the ally side here. In a moment I'll try to check what are the scores of our two teams that we are seeing right now on the stream, because I'm really curious about what do they have prepared and what can we expect here from both teams. Of course, I know a few of those players since I've already seen them being here on the stream or on other tournaments, but doesn't change the fact that I'm really curious about what they are going to bring us there. Reactive, great reaction, so we can see a bit more coming to life here, but also Napster with a frag, making this 4 versus 3. The bomb still planted, but a beautiful nade by Jack. Marik will be eliminated. And Stodoła, even though that's the explosives are planted, it still seems like they should be in favor here, especially with Dialer finding the elimination Denser right now in a 1v4. Being able to find Dialer, but Jacked already covering it up. So this will be the defuse, and this will be the first point coming here from the side of Stodoła. And to see him at the push, Marcel with the scope seeking for any of the Axis players here. 9 pretty close to the side with both Denser and Reactive now finding eliminations. A great flank from Denser, bringing 2 kills, hoping for another one, as also Jack has a lot of trouble there. And this will bring success, as this is a clean round coming from the ally side here. A great push, and especially this side coming from Denser. Great nade from 999, but Smike will be the one to actually find the first elimination. Reactive, great refrag here. Reactive with another one. Napster. We do see that 999 are pretty comfortable with those pushes, but it doesn't change the fact that there is going to be a lot of trouble defending this side, especially with now 2 eliminations more coming from the Axis sides. Marik as the only one standing, eliminated by Napster. Easy retake here.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
Two versus 2. MCK, another great start from him. Marik, important push, but Smike now taking the chance, finding Marik. 4 versus 3 reactive, trying to once more carry the trades. Reactive once more. He's able to bring some hope back.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
But no matter how hard Reactive tried here, this was just too much coming in from Stodoła. So 3-2 as the Axis for the first time are going to take the lead. Jacked. Lots of HP lost, but Marcel will be the only casualty here coming from those nades. Napster with a push and with a fantastic shot, continuing the spree. Napster going for the third. He's completely obliterating this attack on his own. And after 4 eliminations from Napster, is only Denser fighting for his life. But it doesn't seem like the best possible outcome here.
Allies eliminated.
And MCK
Axis win.
will find Denser all alone here, so we'll take this opportunity and bring the victory to Stodoła. 4-2. It seemed at the beginning like 999 might be the one to take advantage here on Matmata, but defense seems all set up and it looks much better right now. But this time Stodoła couldn't find an early kill, and 999 are already pretty close to the side as Marcel finds MCK. Napster, great refrag here. Smike also finds reactive. Monty cuts in the side, trying to plant the explosives. Marik, one frag to fight back, but it still looks pretty decent for Stodoła here, as 3v2 with smoke fading out should be favorable for the Axis sides. But Denser finds Smikey, and it's not as easy as it looks. They still have to push for those last 2 players. Dialer and Marik both with eliminations. It's now 1 versus 1. Marik or Dialer, who can get this one? Really close to one another. Marik sees Dialer, and this will be the round for 999. Really close call here, and seemed like Stodoła, after getting 3 versus 2 advantage, should be favored to win this. But a fantastic clutch from Marik was enough to bring yet another point for the ally sides. Reactive, great nade. Smikey caught in his usual position, but his nade will also strike. 4v4. Marik ready for Napster, picking out 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. Monty also getting jacked. Reactive. Seems like this one victory
Allies win.
boosted the 999's morale high enough for them to find a push like that. And let's see what 999 has prepared for the next round. Is reactive. Pushes around the B side. Trying to look for the flank as Monty is finding on the main line. And actually this flank will succeed as reactive will find the first elimination. Napster already down Smikey. Nice shot on wall Dancer, especially with the fact that those nades right now are pushing the allies down. Marcel.
Explosives planted.
He's able to find Marcel. He's able to find Smikey and also get some space for his team to plant the explosives. 4v3. Seems very decent for the ally side, but now MCK starts this post plant with elimination on reactive. Marcel. Close position here. Jack trying to push him, but Marcel prepared for display. Also Monty finding Dialer, so now it's only MCK. All alone against 3 ally players. This should be 5-4 for allies. As right now MCK struggles to find even one kill in this clutch, and Monty will seal the deal 5-4. This one clutch from Marek. It pushed 999 towards the better position on this map, and it definitely helped them reassuring themselves in this half, and also was able to bring lots more beside that 1 point. But Stodoa's trying to strike back. MCK and Napster both with quick eliminations, 5-3. This time this attack was easily dissolved. But Marek not giving up. Already with one elimination, MCK will try to seek him out. But Marek still dancing around the side. Monty should have at least some space to try and plant, but the smoke will soon go away and the situation will get much harder for them to plant, but seems like the bomb will be planted. The problem is that they lose Marek in trade, so it is 4v2. A hard time from both Monty and Master to try and win this clutch, but Master starts with elimination on Jacked. Smikey trying to push through. A really important position from Master Heal, but he's able to find another one. Scope trying to chase him down, but Marcel being able to escape. Now, nice quick scope from MCK, and it's only Monty in the 1v2. Dialer already coming close. 30 seconds on the clock. It's not looking this bad, but also the position is really open here. He might have a lot of trouble, especially with the shotgun. He tries to push for the Dialer, but Stodoa player is prepared. Tough round, definitely much tougher than Stodoa would expect, especially after bringing those first 2 eliminations, but they are still able to take this one home 5-5. Very even-sided first half of Matmata with neither of the teams taking bigger leads, with 2 rounds only remaining in the first side of Matmata reactive. Trying to take the high ground and find any badly positioned rivals. Not really happening as Stodoa is stalking around A side, so the only one he might meet there is Smikey, but Smikey is currently on his right flank. Probably might find him here out of position. This would be a big surprise, and also push from MCK. Marek should be able to survive here and reactive. Find Smikey first. An important kill, so 999 can still hold their position and force Stodoa to retake from one side. Reactive, another elimination, still putting up pressure from the roof. 5v3 MCK, the first one to frag on the Axis side, but it might be a bit too late for that, as the bomb is ticking. Might be a try for the defuse, but then finds MCK, reactive, takes Dialer and leaves only Napster. Reactive with a fantastic round with a quadra. 6-5, 999. Bring this point and securing at least a tie after the first 12 rounds of Matmata. Smikey, important fight, but once more Reactive will come on top. Reactive once more. He is absolutely on fire in those last 2 rounds. I've seen him get both Smikey and Napster here, expecting someone to try and fight from this position. Beautiful shots. And right now it's only 5v2 with Marek also finding elimination of MCK. Jack's in the interesting position. He might be a surprise here. He's able to get one, but not much more as Reactive already there to strike 3 eliminations coming from 99's player. 18-7. Definitely a star on this match right now. And Dyler in the 1v4 clutch with explosives already planning and with Nate under his knees. Wardens, easy job with the wanted rival to get points number 7. 7-5. Pretty close first half of Mathemata, but still with a small lead of the 99. Playing as the allies there, but right now we are swapping them to the Axis Todowa as the British. And we've seen many very nice fast pushes from 99 here with 4-1 splits, with mostly reactive going around the roofs and trying to cover up from both rotation from B and also the far side of A. We'll see if Todowa would also like to play this kind of aggression here, or if 99 might be the one taking the initiative and still trying to go for those pushes, even though that they are now holding the defense side. We see first nades and we see first players coming into the round number 13. MCK already on the hunt. Good nade, but not accurate enough to take the first dive of round 13. Dyler with scans. And Todowa with a stunted smoke, trying to go towards the A sides. Marek. An important position here to not open the fields of the A. As MCK is already pretty close to the side, and Marek will be able to find the first elimination also. Jacked might be in trouble as both Monty and Mars are pretty close to his position. Marek also still inside, and Smikey on the flank. He might meet reactive there, as usually this is their meeting spot. Naps a great reaction here from Dyler to save his teammate. Jacked also with elimination, but now Wardenser finds Napster, and Wardenser also able to put his aim on Dyler. Reactive wins to duel with Smikey once more, and Wardenser will go with the warpath here for the triple. 8-5 is 9-9-9. Win the first round of half two. A great reaction from Wardenser, but also an important kill from Marek to slow down the attack, to give much more space and much more time to the rest of the team to be able to check those positions, to put those nades and to put this damage. Todowa already with a smoke and already trying to push towards the A side. Nades are coming. The main question is, will they connect? Seems like they were delayed a bit too much. Monty waiting for someone close. Also Marcel couldn't find a head, so all of Todowa players survived the attack, but not for much longer as Monty and Marek now strike. Monty once again, and also Wardenser with the scan, and Smikey's the only one alive. Smikey is able to find first, but now his position is well known. Smikey still finds the second elimination. 3 more to go as the bomb will be defused in a moment, and Wardenser will be the one to put him down. 9-5. And this beautiful start of post plant, even a bit before, when Todowa was focused on planting the bomb. 9-9, finding those 2 quick eliminations, completely taking control of the site and leaving Todowa in a tough spot to defend the bomb. 9-5. Smikey was trying. This was not about to try, as he did get 2 eliminations, but those 2 eliminations doesn't really bring much. They don't really bring much to the table, as they don't really change the score here, as it's still 9-5. Napster has to look out, as those nades were pretty hurtful for him. Another one coming to the smoke, and Napster might dodge them, but Dyler couldn't survive this one. An easy strike from 9-9 to start this round in advantage, and Monty strikes again with Jacktor already eliminated, and also Monty changing the sides to find Napster as well. Monty is in one-man army, also putting down Smikey, and now it's only MCK, only the smoke working its distance. But Monty trying to come for an ace. Monty already so close. Monty won't get an ace, but will get a victory for his team, with Marek closing the deal on the last kill. 10-5. And this is a beautiful series coming from 9-9-9, as it's 5 rounds in a row right now. 2 as the allies, 3 as the Axis. The entrance to the second half of this map. Very nice for now. All rounds pretty much under their control, and Stodoa still looking for a way to break into the sides and also defend the bomb. But it's very hard when you lose the first player so quickly. Once more, the nades will connect. And Jacked won't attend round number 16 any longer. Marcel was trying to find even more. You have to look out for Dyler as he's already on the roof. Might seek for Marcel, might seek for Monty. Marek on his classic position on A side, hoping to find MCK once more at the Alice. We do see that not much is changing in the terms of positions took by both sides. Marek finding MCK, only tagging him by 40 HP, but not for much longer as MCK is tried to repick, but Marek was well prepared, finding this elimination, making this 5 versus 3. With Stodoa still pretty far from the side. Of course, Dyler is pushing on the B, but he might be found there. Dyler gets reactive. No one to refract yet, but Marcel gets 2 other players on B, and now he's also able to find a scope on Dyler. What a round from 999 Sniper, as it will be. Point number 11. Absolutely unstoppable on the Axis side, and Stodoa seems like they are completely stuck on this fight number 5. It started even when they were the Axis, but now as the Allies, it seems like the job is much harder for them to even break through those defenses. We've seen planted explosives once, I think, and after that, all of the rounds begin with quick eliminations coming from 999 side as Master finds Dyler, but now MCK and Jacked. Great response, reactive, still not giving up, but the bomb will be planted, and only the wall dancer is close, but not for much longer as MCK pushes through the smoke and finds a headshot with the scope. 2 versus 3. This might finally be the first round of this half for Stodoa, as now Napster also finds Marcel, and it's only reactive in the 1v3 clutch with a timer on his head and a bounty. And a set of hunters prepared to take him down. Reactive already under influence of MCK, and those bullets will pierce right through him to break the streak and to bring the first point for Stodoa on the second half of Matmata, 6-11. But this loss to the Axis here is still pretty huge, as it's 5 points difference. And also the Axis being only 1 point away from securing at least a tie on map number 1. But now Marcel strikes with a kill, and they sure want much more than a tie here. They want full points. Reactive gets a kill as well. Dyler tries to push, but this attack loses all its momentum before it even gets fully accelerated, as it's now only Jacked in the 1v5. Trying to fight his way through the smoke. Jacked finds the first kill, and that will be it, as Marek is already spamming him with the full auto. 12-6, 6 map points here for 999 to secure the first map of the series. MCK and Smikey, beautiful nades, also War Dancer. We have a sure truly cannonade here with 3 players down only from those nades, but now Napster continuing with the rifle, not once but twice, making this a 4v1. And probably making this another point for Stodoa here. Better late than never, as they say, but still it might be a bit too late for that to happen, as it's 5 more rounds to go for Stodoa to win, to just secure a tie on this map, to bring everything to map number 2 of the series, to see who will get how many points out of this match. Napster planning the bomb. And also finding War Dancer, 12-7. Not much to discuss here. Stodoa with a great round. So I'm trying to look at the brackets. Armia will definitely advance from the first place in their group, as they won all 4 matches. VCOD Polska right now with 2 victories and 1 loss. TBA 999, so the team that we are watching right now. 1 victory, 1 loss, probably against Armia. Stodoa by far 0-2. And Back for Glory 0-0-3. So probably 999 by winning this match will secure also going out of the group stage, as 2 victories would be enough to be in the top 4. And in Group B, as I see, Sfora with 2 victories, Doodle 1 win, 1 draw, Mav Kings with all victory, draw, and lose. Elite Fighters right now only with 1 loss, and Elite Fighters 2 with 2 losses. This is what I was able to see already. And seems like we are ready to go to rounds number 20. Another map point for TBA 999, but once more, great nade connecting from Stadoa's side as Napster finds Marcel, a very important player elimination-wise. Marek avenging Marcel here, 4v4, but Stadoa trying to push towards the B side, important position from Monty, but also Wardenser might be key player here, but especially Monty being so close to the action. 1 kill is the least that they are expecting from him. Reactive. Also playing long there, still waiting for Monty to join the fight. Reactive on the reposition. But Stadoa now closing distance towards the A side as 2 players are already coming closer. Monty! Spotted by MCK. Great reflex here by Stadoa's scope. Marek trying to fight through the smoke. Having a bit of trouble, but also Waldenser here to help with 1 elimination. Reactive on the flank, classically bringing those kills, and rotation coming from both MCK and Jack, trying to go towards the B side, but Reactive still putting on pressure. Reactive struggling a bit right now, but those precious seconds are being taken away 1 by 1. Doesn't matter as the bomb is planted, but also those precious health points put down to 0 on Jack's health bar. So now it's only MCK. Great shot, Reactive eliminated, but it's 2 more to go in this clutch to survive 1 more map point to stay in the game. MCK, but he's taking a very far position. Also Marek's close here, and Wardenser probably will try to tap the bomb. MCK, is he ready for that? They are still looking for him. 25 seconds to go. They will have to go for the defuse, but now MCK finds Marek struggling to escape from Wardenser, and this will be map number 1, won by TBA 999 as they are able to secure the victory 13-7 on Matmata and secure at least 1 point from the series. Beautiful Axis side here, and also as the allies, they work their way through to 7 points, but especially what they've shown us on the Axis side. This was fantastic start, and right now short break, and we will hear each other back on Donville. And we are going back to the game. Stadoa as the allies here, 999 as the Axis, and we are bringing the action to Donville, one of the maps that we haven't seen on the stream yet. I also think Matmata wasn't on the stream before this match, so those 2 teams actually giving us some more content. And Marek giving us the first elimination, Monty with the second, so the attack of Stadoa already weakened by 2 players being eliminated. Now Napster finds Monty in an easy position to kill, but Wardenser and Marek making sure to make Sadora realize that this round is not going their way, that this round is definitely being taken by TBA 999. Napster left as the only one alone, but not for much longer, and Marcel prepared for this shot. Easy scope, and the first point took in a convincing way by the Axis sides. MCK, great start, taking reactive down, and seems like the whole push will go towards the B side. Marik struggling around the cemetery, but now Wall Dancer finding MCK. Wall Dancer dancing around the houses, picking gates. It is suspiciously quiet, so 999 know that there's something going on there. And Sadara already pretty close towards the A side. Marik should be the first one to react here, and a quick strike to eliminate Napster. Also the nade to try and push out the allies from their positions. Marik with a beautiful nade. Dialer, at least before dying, he was able to take one of the enemies down, but it's still not looking great as Marik is a one-man army here, completely sealing the entrance of Amet. Leaving only Jacked here, but Monty on a close position, and Monty might actually get on his back to get an easy kill here. Jacked able to push towards the mid house, but it's still a tough spot being 1 versus 3 here. Marik already should be aware of the fact that there's another player here. He's covered by War Dancer. Good nades. Marik also with a great dodge, and Marik with a pick to find the 4th kill of the round to make this 2-0 for TBA 999. And reactive, surprising Napster here, finding the entry kill for Axis side. MCK with the score, but not much he can find. Dyla finally putting reactive down. Smikey on the push as well. There might be a huge fight around the B side, but also around Cemetery. This attack pretty much splits both ways right now, and Marcel and Marik both going with the pushes. Monty as well. 999 taking the aggressive route here, and MCK, he might be caught in the nade in his hands. MCK with the scope, but it's a very bad timing for the ally player as Monty right now is pushing with shotgun. And this will be the 3rd point for 999. Marik already far in the orphanage. Nate's coming in, but Marik's still pretty safe. 7-0 right now, and Monty once more taking Napster away. Great pressure here put on allies by 999, as we do see that Stodoa is really struggling to get through those key positions. 5 versus 3, and now important work from Marik. Can he find something more? He saw the rifle peeking through the wall, but still MCK being able to get the elimination done. 4v2, but all of the attention is now brought towards A side, as almost all of the Axis army is already seeking fight here. Reactive gets jacked. MCK with a refract here, but it's still a 1v3 situation. 35 seconds, and also Monty waiting on an interesting position. Monty might be able to spot ally sniper here. But MCK also great awareness of possible positions. Might have been controlled by the Axis. Finds Wardenser, but Monty patient for this whole time with an easy kill on Stodoła's player. Nice try from MCK, but it's still not enough. So it is 4-0 right now. (999) providing us with a fantastic defense here, and Marek starting with an entry kill once more. MCK, nice nade, and this time Stodoła will try to push more freely towards B side. Those nades doing pretty good job at stopping them, and now Monty already sneaking with the shotgun, finding the kill. MCK lurking for more. There are two players pretty close here, but can MCK find them? He's able to eliminate reactive, but Marcel trying to chase him down. Marcel, if he finds the right timing, he might get two. He found Napster. Marcel right now finding with MCK, but also Jack there to help. But the problem is that another Axis player is coming from the other side, and Monty. Jack was completely not suspecting that. 1v2, it looks a bit easier than last round, but Marek already on MCK's back. The problem is that 999 is fully in control of the map, and Stodoła literally have to have the players turn all 360 degrees all the time to be aware of all of the traps and all of the setups being placed by the Axis side, and it's physically impossible. So 999 with one more victory to make this 5-0. Dyla, we finally do see an entry for Stodoła, but with a quick response from reactive, it might not matter much. Marcel has to be aware of the nades, but seems like he might be able to push, and also finds Napster in the smoke, trying to get another one, but Jacked was expecting him, so came prepared to this fight and was able to win it. 3 versus 3. Stodoła is finally looking better. Those rounds are looking a bit closer right now. It doesn't change the fact that the result is really good for 999 so far, but this is the first big opportunity for them to bring the victory home, as MCK finds not only Marek but Monty as well, leaving reactive as the only Axis player still standing. The bomb is planted on B. Tough position from reactive, as two players will control him right here, right now. And it's so far away from the real threat, and Dyla ends his suffering. 5-1, the first points coming from Stodoła.
Yes, sir!
But Master trying to bring everything back to the right order, right for TBA 999, of course, where they are the ones putting the pressure, where they are the ones to get those entry kills. MCK, tough nades, but still, Stodoła's scope being able to survive a bit longer. As soon as he thought he's going to get away, reactive was there, and also reactive with a great nade. Jacked in response will bomb him as well, but it's 4v2. Those trades are pretty favorable for 999, and they won't complain about those. Both Jacked and Styler close to B, but Wardens with rotation to cover Monty and to reinforce the other side of the map, as Marek and Marcel probably are just fine and around the orphanage. Dyla. So they are looking for any kind of information about Axis positions, but 999 not giving them much. Monty, he's aware of the fact that he will be pushed in the moment, and Monty decides to strike first, getting both Dyla and Jacked, making this 6-1. Showing that this one victory from the Stodoła side was only an honest mistake from the Axis, and they are trying to go for this 2-digit score in the first 12 rounds of the map. And Marek already with the great push, this time going more towards middle than orphanage, but finding already 2 kills there. Both Smikey and Jack couldn't withstand this attack coming from the Axis player. 5v3 is definitely not getting easier with the fact how accurate those pushes, how accurate those traps are from Axis there. And now Wardense putting down Tyler kind of closes the round as it's only MCK and Napster in the 5v2. The position being pretty much known, Napster is able to get Marcel reactive, still fighting. But Wardense and Monty being close enough to the action to get those last 2 kills. 7-1, welcome to Brazil, where 999 are currently dominating this map. Of course, this is an Axis side, this should be a bit more favored, but it's still some work that they have to put in as the Ally side to think about victory, especially with the fact that 999 only needs 12 rounds on this map. Reactive. Oh, those starts so explosive, are so great with multi-kills coming from either Reactive or Marek or Marcel or any Axis player there. 5v2. And the attack already losing all of the tempo. Smikey finding Wardense, but how much this can change with 2 men up still for the Axis side, as Marek also finds Smikey, and so now it's Jack all alone in this war against everyone on the other team. 1 versus 4. Him being on the cemetery might be pretty ironic here, as Marek is already waiting for him. Marek already trying to chase him down, and Marcel joining the hunt. Jack trying to play it out with the movements. But Marek won't be confused here, won't be mistaken, and won't miss, as he was prepared for this one fight, for this one shot to secure the point, to make the score even higher for 999, as it's 8-1. Marcel. Marek, aggressive spots. Though deciding to play attack pretty slowly doesn't change the fact that 999 is already on the mission, as they've checked the closest positions. They lurked in the middle and they found a treat there. The treat's in form of elimination for Wardense to open round 10. And once more weaken the attack before it even happens. Reactive. Interesting position, Wardense of another player, and Wardense will find a shot. Jack trying to dodge him, Wardense for the third. And who wants more of Wardense, as he's inviting all of his enemies to the position to fight. Taking them out one by one, Reactive and Monty for the finish, 9-1. Not much to the table brought here by Stadoa, not much to this game. Not much to this match, as only 1 point on the scoreboard of the Ally side here, and in those last 2 rounds you have to give anything you can to get at least something out of this half, because if this ends 10-2, 11-1, something like that, this might be an easy victory for 999 MCK. He got at least an entry, but how fast 999 is able to take control of the round back, as Marcel and Wardense fight 3 eliminations right now. Jack finally taking down Wardense after he put already 2 of the allies to the grave. But still has to look out for those nades, and also for both Reactive and Monty. Chasing him around B side. Also Marcel on the middle, but Monty will be the one to find his head. MCK all alone. He was trying to bring any additional kills with scope, but the problem is that during those fights it was too easy for 999 players to get those eliminations. So MCK now left all alone. We'll have to find a way out of this 1v3 clutch. The one positive is that 909 players are all pretty far away from one another, so you might be able to break it to 3 separate 1v1s. But of course, you can still expect 909 to come in as soon as anything is going to happen. So you would have to be really quick with those eliminations. And also with the bomb, 20 seconds on the clock. MCK cannot do matches. Probably in a moment he will be spotted by Monty, and even if he gets that elimination with this much time, the only thing that is going to happen is everyone trying to fight him before he even gets to plants. Great lead from Monty. 10th point for 999. And we are about to start the last round of the first half of Donville. Pretty much pure domination from 999. Smikey, great nade, but Marek already with a kill on the cemetery. They try to take him out with nade, but those miss. Both Marek and Marcel are waiting on the side. Jacked, another nade will finally hit, but also Marek's position was completely past. Marek might in a moment get behind 2 players and get possibly 2 easy kills. Marek on the push. Marek, can he get those? Marek is able to find one. Marek on another fight. Seems like he might need to back off this one, or never mind. He finds MCK. It is now 3 versus 2. Wardenser on the greenhouse. Wardenser. The first one missed, but he's trying to outplay with the movement. Wardenser finding Marek. Loses to Napster. This round is getting a bit shaky for 999 as both Wardens and Marek could have done even a bit more. Marek, of course, still did a splendid job here by finding 3 eliminations, but definitely Wardenser could have got the kill here. Now, revenge from Napster. And it's only Monty in the 1v2. Seems like Stodoa might be able to get at least 2nd point in the first half of Donville. Unless Monty finds the clutch here. 40 seconds on the clock. Monty finds Napster. It gets to 1v1 and Dyler is pretty far away. Monty might go for the straight up defuse. Dyler trying to go for scans, but those miss. And seems like this will be the ninja defuse coming from Monty. Exactly this. 11-1. A bit of a too far away position from Dyler, and what a round from Monty. Not checking up, not seeking for interaction with his rival, only going for the diffuse to confuse the enemy and getting the points number 11. 1 more point needed to secure 3 points from this match, and 2 more needed to secure victory. 2-0 here after completely dominating the first half of Donville. Dyler, nice nade to take out Wardenser. As now we are going to see how 999 will take up the ally side on Donville. We do see Marek getting pretty close to his favorite position of the defense side. This time it's MCK waiting there. We do see those 2 clash pretty much in this match. They both played similar position on Matmata and as well as Donville. But this time MCK finding the kill. 3 versus 5. It does not look great, and it does not look like a possible victory here for 999. So it seems like Stodoa will start scoring and will start this comeback. Reactive. Covering the mid. Nice nade from Monty to get those chances up a bit. Marcel hoping to make the scope walk. And we do see allies pushing towards the B side. Both Monty and Reactive there. Important position from Dyler. Marcel now finds Napster. This should take attention of Jacked. 25 seconds and reactive. He's the most important player here. He'll be the first, probably mid dialer. Marcel mid snaps the Marcel. Gives info about dialer, but reactive cannot find the kill here. Also, Monty struggling. Monty going for the push, finally getting the kill. Monty has to go for the plants. But it might be pretty tough with the nade coming in, especially nade this accurate. Great throw by Jacked. 11-2. And it was over after Dialog got the second elimination, because when he found Marcel, it was still pretty much expected. And if the first player coming there would refrag, it probably might have gone the way of 999. But since Dialog was able to find two, definitely complicated things by a lot. And now Smikey finding it reactive. Even though that's only 2 rounds more, it's still lots of work here from 999 that has to be put in. Marek gets Smikey, but now MCK eliminating Monty, 4v3. Dyla with another one, so we will probably stick on this Donville for a moment, as 999 will not have an easy time finding those 2 last remaining points on Donville. I'll try to see if we maybe have any more results coming in. I do see that everything's is in the same spots, and here Stadoa actually finally pushing forwards, as this is point number 3. Few more to go, but even getting 1 point from this match is still possible. Of course, it would require Stadoa to win 10 rounds in a row, but hey, why shouldn't it happen? Why shouldn't it be the case? If 999 was able to win 11 points on the Axis side, why they cannot win 12? Why they cannot be perfect out there? We will see how it happens. Of course, I'm thinking about perfection as the only way of winning the McDonald's is winning the winning the whole round. Marcel. This time an entry goes to the ally side, and this might be the crucial part. Napster getting elimination on Monty, Marcel, Smikey. A lot of action going on the A side, and 2 players still going for the push, but Jacked with a fantastic nade. Wardens are eliminated, and Marcel is the only one standing. Reactive will join soon. Reactive looking for the kill, only 90 HP. The bomb is planted, but Marcel has to dance around the bomb site. He's not able to find a kill on Jack. Dyla giving info and pinging Reactive a bit. Reactive on the push, but too much of firepower presented by Stadoa, so it will be 4-11. MCK. Now the push coming for his position, but lots of nades will probably be set up there. And the first one coming actually from the ally side, taking out Stadoa Sniper. Smoke is being set, and 999 are once more sharpening the teeth on A sides. Jacked going for the house, but now Marcel with the scope with a great cover. Also Marek finding the elimination here. Seems like the point number 12 should go to 999. Monty gets spiky, and it's only Dialer right now in the 1 versus 5. He will be able to get Monty, but how much more can he actually do, as the scans are already connecting. 50 HP lost. Dialer looking out for those nades, looking out for everything that's going on there. Dyla still trying to go for the push, but Marek will be able to find him. 12-4, and of course we know right now that Stadoa doesn't have much to fight for this match, other than the honor and maybe the rounds balance, as by getting points number 12. 999 secured at least a draw on this map, and since they won the first map, they will be announced victors of the series. Let's see if it affects the DAO in any way. I don't think so, because they are most of the teams I think are mostly playing for fun, as it is an opportunity to play a game that probably accompanies them for a really, really long time, as Call of Duty is now, what, around 21 years old, something like that. I really like to joke on the LANs that this game is almost older than me. It's fine, I guess. Haven't casted one older than me yet. Will happen. It won't be a computer game, but it will be the Pokemon card game. And we pretty much can count that. But you can also count on Wardens finding those first eliminations. Mikey, Marcel, Marik. Few kills happening in the same time, but 999 being actually the beneficiary of the trades. They are left with 2-man lead here, and with a possibility to close this match, as now it's only Dyla. Not for much longer. GG, well played. 13-4. Beautiful Donville here by 999, and also fantastic Matmata, as they are going to win this match 2-0. They are sure right now that they are advancing from their group. Of course, they will be fighting for the better seat, but the most important part in getting this promotion to the second stage is already secured. I will go to the short break, and probably after it we will see the last match of today's stream. And we are ready to start last match of today's stream. Back for Glory versus Stodoła, fighting for the advance of the group as both teams are 0-3 right now. Whoever wins this match will go further in the tournament. So we will see who will get to advance and who will struggle to fight and will lose their spot after first day of the tournament. MCK right now starting with a nice night, though once more finding themselves on Donville. Let's see if this time they can do a bit better, as this time they are the ones to start on the Axis side. Mikey and MCK. MCK once more. A very decent start here coming from the Axis, as we do see a lot of struggle out there being put by BFG.
Eliminated.
And Dyla with the last kill. Stodoła winning the first round of the match. MCK, we already seen him playing exactly this way. But right now a great push from BFG, opening up A side, and it's the only two defenders are left to play from the side of Stodoła. Dyla, nice nade. It will stop plant for a moment, but Phoenix eliminates Mikey here, and Dyla as the only one standing. Dyla cannot really do much, so Evie will get the kill. 1-1. And BFG will get an opportunity here to get a hold of the victory. Phoenix looking for that scope kill. Martin trying to cover up mids. Is BFG right now taking positions to cover mids? No eliminations yet. Stodoła well hidden in their spots, waiting for BFG to come here and to go for those pushes. Phoenix still hoping to find anything. Smoke already set on A, but 3 defenders hidden in the fog, waiting for BFG to come. 40 seconds. And now finally the action comes in. MCK with elimination, but both Evie and Addict find great kills here. Martin and Addict once more, leaving only Dyla. Dyla in the 1v4, still hoping to do anything more. But it doesn't look like there is much of an opportunity here for their team to actually shine. Martin, another great start from BFG. MostoW is really struggling to get those eliminations. They started with a pretty decent round, but the problem is that point after point, we've seen BFG getting better and better in those trades, and now it's only Dyler and Smikey trying to fight for the round, but Phoenix gets Dyler, it's only Smikey, but his position is well known, and Addict with a great push, 3-1, BFG starting to slowly put themselves in the driver's seat on Donville. Ryder. Small with the push. Great dodge. So Nate won't do much over her. Much hurt here. Addict finds Jacked. Addict pushing on the other side of the map. A lot of struggle from the Axis side as they are having trouble on both A and B side right now. But Dyler right now is able to get Martin. The problem is that there is an action here. Napster, great shot. Addict trying to push with the shotgun. Dyler gets Ryder. It's starting to look pretty decent. Also in the smoke, MCK bashing Addict and Dyler for the win. 3-2, MostoW striking back before BFG gets too cocky on this map. Jacked. Trying to push the offense, but this time BFG playing a bit slower. This time BFG playing a bit more cautious way, but it still doesn't change the fact that Napster is going to find the first kill. Ryder, great response. Ryder, Phoenix, and a nade from Addict, and it's already starting to look pretty bad for MostoW. At least Jack is able to get elimination on Addict, but it will be still BFG in the lead. Jacked, fighting for his life there. Huge pressure on his position, but Martin will take the opportunity to plant the bomb, and also right now finds MCK, so it's only Jacked left alone. And Ryder once more for the victory. 4-2. For the fact that BFG is on the ally side here, it's starting to look pretty decent. As currently it's them in the lead, and them looking pretty good in this spot. MostoW has to step up their game if they want to advance from the group stage. Martin. Found by Smikey. Finally an entry coming from MostoW, but Ryder, what an aid! Finding two players and cleaning almost all A sides, almost all, because Jack is still there. Dyler, great help from mid. Making this 3v2, trying to take control of the rounds. Phoenix had a chance there, but not accurate enough. Ryder finds Jack. Smikey already there to help, and Smikey just in time to find Ryder, so it's 1v2 for Phoenix. Phoenix still seeking with the scope. Oh, a missed opportunity, but one more presents itself in front of Phoenix. 1 versus 1. Dyler expecting Phoenix from the side. Can he find the last Axis player? 30 seconds on the clock. And Phoenix, what a jump shot to get the last kill and to win the 1v2 clutch. BFG with another point, 5-2 for BFG. And Phoenix, the one that closed last round, is able to start another with elimination on Napster. Jack trying to find in the smoke. Throwing nade to throw off the enemies, but seems like the main attack is not coming towards the orphanage. As Addict already on the middle finds elimination on Smikey. Dialer trying to fight back. MCK. Scope working its way to find those kills, but Addict already on Scope. Evie also finds Jack, and it's only Dialer right now. 4 players on A side. Seems like BFG are going to get the points number 6 here. Dialer. Not standing for much longer as Phoenix. The one who started it will end it as well. 6-2. And we can surely say that this Donville is getting dominated by BFG, as this is looking fantastic for the ally side here. Getting those 6 points on the attack. This is the dream, as we've seen that Stodoa's attack is not this great on Donville in the last match. A lot of nades coming towards the middle, but Phoenix was able to dodge them all, as well as his teammate Addict pushing already towards the gates. Addict, didn't he spot the player being on the house? I think he did, but MCK ready for his comeback. 1-for-1. Not a bad trade for allies here, but definitely could have got much more from this side. Smikey also finding Phoenix. This attack is slowly starting to fade away, but not for much longer, as both Ryder and Martin get those kills. Whenever it starts to seem like Stodoa is not in this bad spot, BFG strikes again and leaves them in a much more uncomfortable position. Evie, this should have been a kill, but it's only a ping 490. Evie, can he get the job done? As Jacked and Napster both on full HP, right back. Napster once more lower on HP, but no one there to finish the kill. At least Ryder is going towards B side, so bomb will be probably planted. But Stodoa is trying to force the way to the other side of the map. Ryder, for now he's all alone, but allies are coming. And even though that they're not there yet, Ryder already with elimination, and Ryder does not need support, as both kills took by BFG player here without any kind of support. 7-2. BFG really want to advance to the next stage of the tournament, and this Donville is looking pretty comfortable for them. Napster, entry for Axis. Can they make a point out of it, as Jack's in a bit of trouble? Great nade from Jack to stay alive out there. Seems like Stodoa might finally get their hands on points number 3. As a 5 vs 3 lead, it looks pretty delicious here to consume, to carve it into another point. Smikey, there was a chance, but Dialer to help Martin. Great frag, but trades are not what BFG is looking for right here. They need to get those clean kills, and might be hard to do that when the nade is straight under your knees. Ryder has to go for the reload. Ryder still cannot finish the kill. Finally gets elimination. Napster still left to 1v2. Jack is pretty close here. Ryder, it's really not going the right way for him, as MCK was prepared for his homecoming here. 3-7. Stodoa final with the 3rd point, but it's still so little considering the fact that they are on the Axis side here. EV. Lots of nade coming towards the orphanage. Dialer and Jacked are able to survive here. EV going for the push. And Phoenix right now finding Napster before the smoke emerges. Also Addict finally connects an 8. Also huge fight from Martin. Will be able to get Smikey. Or Addict for one more. And Addict for the triple clean round from BFG 8-3. To dominate the first side of Donville even more. Fantastic push here from perspective of Addict. Triple kill to almost bring him to the top of the table. With only Ryder being 1 kill up above him. MCK. Lee really seeking for the smoke. A quick nade trade with both Jacked and Ryder already blown. And BFG ready to push towards the B sides. MCK finds AV. Make this 4 versus 3 and to make this 4th point happen before we switch sides. Addict and MCK. Another trade of eliminations, bringing Sadoa 1 man closer to the victory in round number 12. Addict finds MCK. And now things get interesting because it's 2v2 with Martin with a nice position, but Napster finds Addict. So Stadoa will be able to focus on Martin as soon as they are able to track him, and it's not this far from happening. Smikey might be the one to lock him down. Also, Napster pretty close to his position. 52 seconds. It's still plenty of time for BFG player to try and make something out of this clutch. Martin trying to look out for every possible angle. So close to Napster right now. Just one floor above him. And Napster prepared for the push. 4-8. So Stadoa put up some fights in those last rounds of first half, but it's still only 4 points. On the Axis side now it will be much harder as they need lots of work on the allies here if they want to think about advancing from the group stage. Also trying to look for the other scores because we should have most of them by far. I do see that, yeah, about those things we do know that also VCOT and TBA are advancing with the score of 2-1, losing only to Amia by now and Stadoa back for glory. Those two teams fighting on 0-3. Also VCOT fighting TBA for the 2nd place in the group group A. And not much change from group B results, so we'll see about that later, but we are ready to continue with second half of Donville to see if BFG can seal the deal as the Axis or if Stadoa will find a comeback here. We will going to start round number 13 with BFG on Axis and Stadoa on Allies. We've seen already Stadoa on Allies round before against TBA 999. It didn't look this great, but maybe they were able to think of something better in the meantime. Great push from Addict here. Napster completely shocked by the fact how fast BFG player got to him. If he also gets Smikey, this does not look great for the attack. This looks like a round that should be taken by the Axis, as it's now only 3 attackers left. EV, who can find who, because very close to one another. EV and Dialer. MCK still on the monument, seeking for something with the scope, but Addict, what a nice shot to find enemy sniper. It is 5v2. EV had to go down with a push like that. His rifle was emerging through this wall. Also, Dyler right now finds Ryder and Addict. Had to activate his position to leave Dyler in the 1v3. He's expecting Addict somewhere around there, but the problem is that he's not the one to wait and expect. There was the turn to do that already, and they only got 4 points from that one. And Addict finishing it up with the 4th kill for himself. 9-4. BFG winning first round of the second half of Donville. Stodoła coming with the nades towards mid-A. Not a single one connects. Also, they have to look out for the nades coming from BFG. For now, no casualties, but it was very close for both Napster and Dyler to get down here. They are trying to push towards MCK. Connects nade on Martin, but now Ryder finds Dyler. Smikey with a refrac, and Evie also gets Smiley. Evie trying to live up to a fight with Napster, but Jack will join the force. Also, Addict on the back. Addict with the bash. 2v2 with Phoenix from A and also Addict from behind, but the bomb is being planted right now. Jacked trying to hold on. Napster does a great job on pushing Addict back, and it is 2v1. Seems like they should be able to do this as Phoenix was already spotted, so they know what to expect from the last BFG player. The time is ticking, and as soon as it hits that 25-second mark, I will be pretty comfortable with saying that Stodoła will get this point, still holding to this 4-point loss, not letting it advance any further and not letting BFG any closer to the victory. And Jacked right now with the last kill, 9-5. Stodoła still in the game. They will try to show us that on the ally side they also can do something good. MCK, as always, trying to find any advantage he can with a smoke, with scope, sorry, in smoke. His team is pushing right now, but BFG, a very close line here to try and take fight, and momentarily Addict finds the elimination. Dyler hides in the house, but Ryder pretty close. Ryder already on him. 5 versus 3, and this time BFG taking really good position here to counter first-handedly this push from Stodoła, and it's working out great as it's now 4 versus 2. Jacked finding Ryder. Nice counter here from Stodoła to not let this round easily go towards BFG. 3 versus 2. Only Martin left here, but also he should have some cover from Evie from side. Jacked trying to find something more with nades, or even push BFG players out of their positions. Jacked, I think he spotted Martin, but Phoenix is already trying to get on their back to close the trap and put Stodoła in the crossfire. Jacked with a great nade, so it is going to become 2v2, and Martin, very close fight, but he's able to bring down MCK. Jacked is still there, finds one elimination, is going for the plan. Phoenix should not be able to break this one, and if Stodoła wins this round, this would be a fantastic clutch. It was 5v2, it was a great start from both Addict and Ryder, but Jacked took the responsibility of taking this round, but Phoenix finds the last shot to deny the clutch and to bring BFG to double-digit score, 10-5. Pushing the lead once more to the 5-point difference between those two teams.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
Addict Fast push and an 8 to try and take Smikey out of his position. Great play here by BFG player. Also Eevee right now going for the push on the middle. Finds one elimination. Napster with the counter, but also Ryder is trying to look for the kill. Ryder is able to get Dialer down, but Napster once more. Martin in the meantime pushes the nade. MCK connects. It is only Napster right now. He would need to get an ace if he wants to win this round. He is 1 versus 3 and already Martin here prepared for the fight. Finds the headshot and finds another point for BFG. 11-5. Only 2 more rounds needed from BFG to win the first map of this match and to be so much closer to advancing from the group stage here. Let's see. Can Stodoa do something more here? Can Stodoa pull themselves by the strap? The nades are not connecting from the ally side. Can say the same about those coming from the axis as Eevee finds Napster. Smikey, not much that you can see, so he has to be extra careful, but right now trying to go for the push. And Ryder already here, as I said, has to be extra careful because you don't know what dangers are hiding in the smoke. MCK, important kill to find Addict here to not let this round completely go away. Dialer also able to eliminate Ryder. 3 versus 3. Stodoa coming back to this point after bad start. MCK, he's expecting someone, but it was not the right hunch as Phoenix was waiting on the backside. And it is 3 versus 2. Dialer and Jacked. Those are the 2 standing on the side of Stodoa, still trying to find the entrance towards bomb side A. Phoenix and Eevee still pretty close, but deciding to go more towards the house to also have some cover and control of the middle. Jacked. They know that they will have to push, that even though that they do not have fully discovered the positions, they will have to go for the plant, but Phoenix right now finds Dialer, and it is only Jack going for the plant, but they won't let him as Martin already pushes for the kill. 12-5, 7 map points for BFG to win the first map of their most important series today. Addict and Eevee already with 3 eliminations. Jacked and MCK trying to strike back, but Ryder finds elimination on Jacked, and it's now only MCK. Has to reload, has to rely also on the scope, but it does work as Ryder is eliminated. And still Addict and Phoenix are pretty close. Addict already trying to take him down. MCK. Shot does not connect. Pinging Addict, but Addict with Phoenix are able to push him down with the firepower. 13-5, and the first map won here by BFG, bringing them so much closer to the victory, as right now Stodoa is under much more pressure. I'm not even sure if winning second map gives them anything, but we will see what can they get out of this. And even if they can win the map there, I'm not sure about the tiebreaker if the score is tied, but we will see each other on Matmata. Short break, and we'll coming back with second map of this match. So we are going back to the game. Matmata, BFG and Stodoła. BFG won the first map 13-5. As Donville was pretty much, maybe not dominated, but won in a convincing fashion. And right now, we are starting with those Nathan with the fast push, and Stodoła already with 3 eliminations. Only one response from Martin, but Phoenix is able to finally stop Jacked in his tracks. 3 versus 2. The bomb is being planted, but already MCK so close to the action. Also Napster right here behind the smoke. Can BFG take better positions here to try and defend this bomb during the post plants? Martin and Phoenix both with elimination this round already, but want much more. Smikey coming in, and Phoenix is able to get MCK down 2v2, but Smikey taking the longer route and trying to get on Phoenix back is able to succeed. Right now leaving only Martin alone on the side. Martin expecting someone close as Napster is forcing the distance through. Both Smikey and Napster waiting, and Smikey is able to get yet another one for the first point to Stodoła, as once more they are going to start on the Axis side.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
Great post plant here, especially by Smikey, but also lot of job done here by Jack to being able to decimate this attack on the very first attempt, which definitely put all of the plans that BFG had on hold and made them struggle much more with planting the bomb here. But this time BFG planting the bomb with almost no casualties. Seems like everyone is still up, and they are the ones to find the eliminations, as both Evie and Martin already with kills. Martin with a great scan. Smikey finds Ryder, but Martin once more finds the headshot. Dyla eliminated, and now it's 4v2. Smikey pinged, but he's able to heal up. The problem is that it's still 4v2, and you have to find those kills. Addict spotted someone. Jax, nice shot on Evie. Addict still in the smoke, and Martin for the third headshot, and Addict spamming through the smoke. Jacked with no chance to survive. 1-1 BFG. Momentarily responds with a round of their own. So they can reassure themselves that they are going to take the victory here and advance from the 4th place of Group A. And we do see that BFG is going to take a very aggressive approach here, that this is going to be a very fast Matmata, as we are having push after push after push. But all eliminations, despite this one, created by Stodoła players. Even on their own, Martin has some struggle, especially with the second play waiting there. Smike with the kill, 2-1. And I don't want to say anything too early, but this defense on Matmata is starting to look a bit better than what we have seen from Stodoła coming on Donville. Of course, we've also seen Stodoła at Matmata against 999 because maps were identical, only with swapped order, and Matmata was closer. It was 13-7 with TBA starting on the ally side. And let's see if BFG can repeat success of TBA, because Jacked with a fantastic nade. 2 players already down, but Martin, Evie, and Phoenix spamming through, cleaning surroundings of bomb side A. As the advantage completely fades away. Bomb is planted. Smike and Dyla both really close to the side, so they won't lose much time by trying to push through. But also so much to fight. So much firepower to fight through, as 3 players are still alive in the side. Evie close to Smikey, and this will be the first elimination of post plants on the account of Stodoła players. 2 versus 2. But time is ticking, and Martin, especially with a further position, has an easy shot on Dyla. Also covering Phoenix's spot, leaving him open to any kind of place, leaving him open field to create any sort of pushes. And this cooperation will bring BFG second point. So it's eye for an eye right now. But it was a similar start against TBA, and it didn't end this well. Nate's coming in, Addict already going for the push, and Martin with a quick elimination. A side once more being the target of BFG. Phoenix close, trying to find anything around A side. Phoenix Waiting for someone to show up there. Scan's trying to scare Stodoa away. And Addict finding Jacked. It is 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Only Dialer right now able to respond. But the problem is that it's just so much coming in towards A side. Once more, it's only MCK, and this spot should be unwinnable for the Axis players. He might be able to find the first kill, but it's not much more that he can get out of this match. So this should be point number 3 here for BFG. And we do see them basically displaying the same game plan of fast pushing A, just going straight for the rush, trying to seek out the nades and put some pressure with their own, but it kind of happens to work because they won 3 out of 5 points. So for now, it is looking pretty decent for them. Of course, much more mathematical to play here. And we'll see, will they go with the same strat? Kind of seems like they will. Trying to dodge the nade. Seems like no one will explode round 6, but very explosive starts with BFG already pushing towards the side. 3 players trying to scan them through, but bomb is planted by Rada and Phoenix with elimination number 1. Addict will follow up. Jacked and okay, Eevee tinkles Addict with the nade, and now Smikey finding Eevee. Actually brings advantage to Stodoa. This team kill might cost them a round, but Martin trying to cover the mistake with 2 eliminations on side, leaving Smike in the 1v2 clutch. Plenty of time, so doesn't have to worry this much about this one, but the problem is that it's 2 players in a very different positions. This might actually take some time. Smikey found by Martin, triple from him, a great clutch coming from this player to cover up the mistake of team killing one another. 4-2. BFG are starting to feel comfortable on this map, as this is their 3rd round won in a row. Napstar, great start from Stodoa scope. Okay, Smikey finding double bash just like that. No one checking this angle, and easy double bash here. Jacked also with the kill, so seems like streak from BFG will be broken, as Eevee right now is left in the 1v4 spot. But it was a fun one. It was a very nice trap here set up by Smikey. And BFG's mistake that they didn't cover this angle, that they were completely unaware pushing through of the dangers that were waiting around the corner. Eevee still walking around the map, but he will not be even able to plant the explosives. Just waiting for his execution to come. MCK will be the one to do so. 4-3. Axis still in the fight, but they have to look out, so they won't make any more mistakes, letting BFG find those few point streaks, and just won't let them run away with the score. And of course, it will be much harder to surprise them with such double bash or something like that one more time. But the start is still very good with both Napster and Jack finding eliminations. Dyla struggling a bit to survive, but Jax doing a fantastic job with a shotgun, finding not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 eliminations here. Winning this round almost solo. (4-4), quick point from Stodoa to tie up the score. But Martin will find the nade on Napster. We do see a bit of a change. BFG is not pushing this hard, and they are also finally investing one of the players to cover them from the A-long. Delayed nade, still seeking for the victims. But great nade by Eevee. Jacked will try to sneak through. Ryder here to cover, but Dyla also on the post. Explosive still not planted. Huge fight on all of the sides, but Addict finding MCK. Should be enough to suppress Todoa here, as they are now left with 2v3 spot. Dyla finds Addict. Eevee still on the hunt. 2 versus 2. Time is ticking and Dyla strikes one small, so it's only Martin right now. Easy first kill. Has to look out for the second. Changes position just a little bit. And he's trying to bait his enemy out. He's trying to run away, but Dyla finds another one, and a great clutch from Dyla with 3 eliminations on postman and the 4th one earlier to get 5th point to Stodoa. Very important round for Stodoa to take back the lead, to still fight for the victory here, to still fight for the spot in the playoffs. Addict. Great start here, finding Smikey. We've seen BFG struggle for the last few points, but they want to taste the victory once more. But in all of this chaos, when the dust settles, seems like we are going to see 2v2. Bomb is planted. Dyla trying to push, but it was a bit too brave, leaving him open to elimination. Ryder decided to stop the plan to get the kill, but now it's only Jacked. His position is kind of known, but he's not going to force his way through the smoke to stop the plant. Pulling the nade out, but also having already Phoenix on his back. 5-5. So once more we're going to see the first half of Matmata really close to one another. But it's kind of looking like the match against TBA, where it was a very similar spot with TBA 999 winning 7-5. MCK, important kill to hold control of the side, but Eevee with a refract right now. Dyla finds Brady. 2v2. We are up for the very close fight once more, but Martin is the one to strike. 16-7. Fantastic disposition coming from Martin on this map. 2-1 Dyla once more in a clutch. Can he do this one more time? We've seen him already clutch a situation like that. But the problem is that he's already low on HP and Eevee is not going to back down. 6-5 BFG with a very decent ally side here. And they still are up to taking one more point. So though I have to look out for the nades, because a horde of them is coming in, and Martin starting already with 2 eliminations. Dyla finally stopping him, but isn't it too late, as BFG is flooding the A side with more and more firepower. 4 eliminations to 1, leaving only MCK. Seems like this should be 7-5 for BFG for the end of the first half of this map. BFG really close right now to the victory, really close to securing spot in playoffs, leaving Stodoa out as the one eliminated team from Group A. And now we do switch sides. Let's see if Stodoa will try to go for the same strategy, as Stodoa is now trying to push. Napster, nice headshot on Ryder, but Addict already here to respond. Jacked finds kill on Addict. 4 versus 3. Seems like Stodoła shall succeed in the first push of the round. EV has to reposition, same as rest of his teammates, but the bomb is already planted as Martin and Phoenix trying to push through the middle. Phoenix finds the first one, but Dyla still waiting in the smoke, and also Jack being there finds Martin. Phoenix in some struggle. EV will just join the fight. EV finds Jack 2v2, but Dyla's position still not found. Also MCK out there, 35 seconds on the clock. And now an important fight. Dyla trying to push with not much success. Dyla or Phoenix. Dyla finds one, but now Evie with a response 1 versus 1. Evie or MCK. MCK, this wasn't the greatest map coming from him, but it would be an important fight. One if he's able to get this elimination. 15 seconds. Trying to push. Evie with the bash and still with enough time to defuse. So this should be point number 8 for BFG. It's impossible that it wasn't a point for Stodoła, but BFG finding the way to clutch with only 1.5 seconds to spare. It was just barely in time for them to grab the victory, 8-5. Napster. Great start from Stodoła. Seems like BFG might struggle once more in the defense as 2 first kills went for Stodoła. Phoenix with 1 response, Jack and Evie, but every time BFG strikes this round, someone from Stodoła has an answer, and this time they won't get away with it. 8-6 Stodoła. Still hoping to get the victory here. The score is still very close. You do have to have that in mind. And once more Napster with a fantastic nade. Those setups are very well prepared here, and after the first kill it seems like a piece of cake for Stodoła as they are going to take 1 life after another. This has to be 8-7, and I'm not even accepting another result with Phoenix being the only one here. Seems like he's kind of playing Call of Duty Black Ops with the zombies, trying to rush him from every side, and right now this should be the end of Phoenix's life as players from both sides are trying to take him down. And Stodoła with point number 7. BFG struggling a lot with those nades coming from Stodoła's side. They really have to look out for those because it's an easy advantage guarded here by Stodoła, and they really know how to play with it. So BFG has to be careful, but doesn't really do the job. Of course, this time they have a response, but the problem is that the follow-up from those nades is Napster finding a kill on Martin, and the A side is empty. Addict with another great nade. Addict, okay, this round may not be over, as now Addict is taking advantage of the fact that Stodoła was focused on the explosives, as he finds elimination with both nade and with his shotgun. Addict getting 1 more, okay, maybe Addict is enough to hold this side. MCK alone. BFG, looks like they might keep their 2-point lead, at least for now, because we don't know what will happen next. But let me remind you, they only need 12 points here for the victory. MCK, nice quick scope. Ryder eliminated. MCK finds another one. And now it's all on Addict. Addict v MCK. 1v1. Smoke should be a terrain boost for Addict as he's with a shotgun. But MCK, does he know how close he is to his rival? MCK, is he going to plant? Addict still waiting for his rival. And Addict will be the first one to spot his enemy. 4th kill for him. 9-7. BFG somehow survives this round. And Sadova has to feel bad about it because it seemed like it's going so well. It was 4 versus 3. With them already in almost clear side, and this is the keyword, almost, because Addict was still there and he was able to take this round by himself. Another set of nades with one victim on each side, MCK and Addict. And this is the problem, BFG is losing Addict too early because this is like 3rd time in this half when he's blown away by Napster. But now Napster not going to follow up with the kill as Phoenix is prepared for this fight. Dyler. Close call here for Ryder, but does escape from the fight. Marcin gets another kill, and Dyler finally able to take Ryder away with this 3 versus 2. Tough spot for both Dyler and Smikey here. Seems like the action might finally go towards B side, but Phoenix already there with the scope. Smikey has to look out, but Phoenix prepared for this fight. Dyler, good refrag there to avenge Smikey, but it's still 1v2. With both Martin and Evie still holding their nades. I think this is the worst part here for BFG, for SDO, I'm sorry, that both players are still with utility here, and it would be so much harder for Dyler, but it doesn't even really matter as Evie will just find him with the rifle. 10-7. BFG running away. 2 more points needed to advance to 2nd day of the tournament. Lots of action on A side. Few nades are still coming in, and Evie with elimination, but now Dyler with a response. Evie looking for something more. Addict walking his way close. 4 versus 3. Addict still spamming through the smoke. Ryder finds elimination as well. Sadova face for this plant with 3 lives, taking only 1 in return. MCK inject. Very much needed points as BFG is getting so close to the victory here. MCK should be an elimination, but a mistake coming from the sniper. And with those 2 kills, BFG will get another point. 11-7. 1 more round needed to secure the victory in this match. And let's see, Stodoła, they have to be perfect right now. 6 rounds in a row to think about advancing from the group stage. Addict finds the kill. Smikey in position to respond. MCK, can he see something through the smoke? Because Ryder definitely saw Smikey and saw him fall to the ground. 4 versus 3. MCK still trying to find his way here, but Ivy already waiting on the other side of the smoke. Dyler with the kill, but Phoenix momentarily responds. Napster as well. Everyone has someone on their tail, but it is 2 versus 1. BFG with this point, they will secure their spot in the playoffs. Napster still fighting, finds elimination of Marcin. It was a tough fight, but it is won by Stodoła player. Napster versus Ryder. Who can get the kill there? Who can get the victory? Napster spots Ryder here. 1 versus 1. A very important fight. Napster has to get this point. But Ryder still waiting. Very patient play coming from the axis. He knows that Napster has to plant. But now the plant is interrupted and he has to start once more. Will he succeed? Seems like he should be able to. And Ryder won't find this kill. So we are once more going back to the straightforward fight. Ryder or Napster. Ryder or Napster. Who can get this kill? Napster with a bit of a struggle, but finds the headshot. 11-8. Stodoła is still alive in this match. But still, Stodoła have 5 more rounds to go. This is a decent start. Marcin, this nade after a long time will find something. Smikey. Good push from him. Phoenix struggling to find the kill, and this round is going pretty well for Stodoła, as it will be 11-9. EVS the only player fighting 1v4. Okay, maybe this will be the clutch. He's halfway through, but the bomb is being planted by MCK on B side. EV seems like he might dodge a fight with Jacked here, but it's still 50 seconds to find both players and still defuse the explosives. Or maybe will he try to go for the straight up defuse? Would be an interesting play here, but seems like Jacked should be prepared for this one. EV seems like he should be done here, as they know about him, as the bomb is fully uncovered. And this should be an easy kill for either Jacked or MCK, or maybe they're still struggling. Evie trying to dodge those bullets, but he's no Neo from Matrix, so this will be points number 9 for Stodoła. Still in the match, 4 more points needed, with no room for mistake. BFG, they definitely need to dodge those nades if they want to take up a fight. It seems like they're doing a better job than in those last few rounds, with not dying to those nades, but Dyler still trying to go for the push. Addict finds elimination, and Dyler as well. Shots coming from every direction here, but still Stodoła being able to find those frags. 4 versus 2. Only Evie and Phoenix right now. Bomb is planted already. Evie finds the first, but it's only the tip of the mountain. Jacked a clean shotgun kill on Evie, and now it's only Phoenix here, so it should be 11-10. BFG, are they going to bottle such a lead? Phoenix eliminated, 11-10. BFG having so much trouble to get this 1 point they need. They don't even need to win this map. They just need to make sure that Stodoła can't get a victory on Matmata. And once more Stodoła pushing towards A side. Dyler has to look out because Marcin trying to go for the push, and now Ryder Addict. 2 eliminations coming from BFG, but momentarily Stodoła responds with 2 on their own. Very important position from Addict, but he's able to find the kill. Smikey strikes on Marcin. 2 versus 2. Addict once more has to run away, pinged by Jacked. But Smikey already planting the bomb. Evie in time to interrupt the plant. It is 2 versus 1. Jacked in the tough spot. A very much needed clutch here from Stodoła player. Once more they have to hope that he's able to win such a round, but Jacked already in trouble. Holding very tightly to his life. Fighting both Evie and Addict. 50 seconds on the clock. BFG, how closer they can get, how much closer they can get to the playoffs, if not having 2v1 in such a spot. Jacked and Evie. And Evie winning the duel. And that means that BFG will advance to the playoffs, as by now Stodoła has no way of winning Matmata. And in conclusion, with the first map being in favor of Back for Glory, they will be the ones to play in tomorrow's brackets. But of course, Stodoła will fight for something here. This is a great start for them. Trading 2 for 1, but Evie was striking once more. Evie wants to finish this here and now. Phoenix as well. It's Napster in the 1v2. Phoenix really close to him. Phoenix, can he get the kill? He cannot. Napster with elimination, and it's now 1v1. Napster versus Addict. But Addict pretty close to B side. Addict already spotted. Low on HP. Should be able to retreat. Napster back to A side. Is Addict expecting here to do so? After the plant, he will be sure, as he has B side inside. Napster and Addict for the finish, 13-10. Back for Glory, winning this match 2-0 to secure their only victory in the group stage, but the only needed to advance further. Thank you all for today, for the stream. I hope you really had fun, and see you tomorrow around 9-10 a.m. for the playoffs of Polish Call of Duty 2 Championship LAN here in Łódź. Thank you for today. Wish you a great evening and see you tomorrow.